It's a brand new vibe. They go on the mic, yeah, mama, bear rise. Coffee's hot like the beats we spin. Turn it up, let the day begin. They go, mama bear, live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. They go, mama bear, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Traffic jams can't hold us back. We're cruising through like we're on a track. Every word's gold, every laugh's a spark. Lighten up your morning till the sky ain't dark. Rise and shine, it's your time. Hit that dial, let it climb. Oh yeah, take over, mama bear, live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. Take over, mama bear, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Turn the volume up till the windows shake. Your morning's a party, no coffee break. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. We're your anthem every time. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Dago and Mama Bear live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. Dago and Mama Bear, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Dago and Mama Bear live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. Dago and Mama Bear, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Dago and Mama Bear, oh yeah. It's a brand new ride. Dago on the mic, yeah, Mama Bear rides. Coffee's hot, the beats we spin. Turn it up, let the day begin. Dago and Mama Bear, it's a brand new ride. Dago on the mic, yeah, Mama Bear rides. Coffee's hot, the beats we spin. Turn it up, let the day begin. Dago and Mama Bear live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. Dago and Mama Bear, oh yeah, oh yeah. Traffic jams can't hold us back. We're cruising through like we're on a track. Every word's gold, every laugh's a spark. Lighting up the morning till the sky ain't dark. Rise and shine, it's your time. Hit that dial, let it climb. Dago and Mama Bear live on the air. Feel the bass drop, feel the snare. Mornings hit harder when we're here. Dago and Mama Bear, oh yeah, oh yeah. Turn the volume up till the windows shake. Your morning's a party, no coffee break. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. We're your anthem every time. Turn the volume up till the windows shake. Your morning's a party, no coffee break. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. We're your anthem every time. Alarm clock's knocking loud at me. Coffee's dancing in my cup. Sunrise sneaks through broken blinds. Another day, time to wake up. Dago and Mama Bear in the morning. Feel the groove of the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bass line play. Dago and Mama Bear, we're on our way. Wheels buzzing, static's alive. Traffic's weaving, I'm in the hive. Socks don't match, but who's got time? I lost my keys, but I'm doing fine. Jump, skip, shuffle through the door. Life's a mess, but who wants more? Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. Heavy beats like a heartbeat thump. Shake your head, let your body jump. City's waking, the world's alive. Day going mama bear, we thrive. Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. Radio's buzzing, static's alive. Traffic's weaving, I'm in the hive. Socks don't match, but who's got time? Lost my keys, but I'm doing fine. Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. 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 Heavy beats like a heartbeat thump. Shake your head, let your body jump. City's waking, the world's alive. Day going mama bear, we thrive. Alarm clock's knocking loud at me. Coffee's dancing in my cup. Sunrise sneaks through broken blinds. Another day, time to wake up. Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. Radio's buzzing, static's alive. Traffic's weaving, I'm in the hive. Socks don't match, but who's got time? I lost my keys, but I'm doing fine. Jump, skip, shuffle through the door. Life's a mess, but who wants more? Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. Heavy beats like a heartbeat thump. Shake your head, let your body jump. City's waking, the world's alive. Day going mama bear, we thrive. Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. Radio's buzzing, static's alive. Traffic's weaving, I'm in the hive. Socks don't match, but who's got time? Lost my keys, but I'm doing fine. Day going mama bear in the morning. Feel the groove while the day is forming. Turn it up, let the bassline play. Day going mama bear, we're on our way. 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 Heavy beats like a heartbeat thump. Shake your head, let your body jump. City's waking, the world's alive. Day going mama bear, we thrive. Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Keep back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find. Life's a...
Good morning, everybody. How are ya? Great to see ya. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will, and please hit that like button on your way through the door and share this out. Please and thank ya. Appreciate you very much. Welcome back, all you beautiful people. I hope you're all having an amazing day and doing amazing as well. Welcome back, guys. Great to see you today. Mama Bear will be here shortly. Just had to do some personal things real quick. But come on in, get your seat, grab a cup of joe, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and have a conversation with Mama Bear and me. It is great to see you all. Missed you guys yesterday. I had a slam-packed busy day yesterday. So therefore, I didn't get to do this. And by the time I was able to finally like chillax a little bit and get some extra time, it was a little too late. So my apologies, but here I am. And I have missed you all greatly. It is great to see y'all today. Hope everybody had a great day yesterday too. Wild, busy day. I was going all day. I said doctor's appointments, other things going on. I had stuff to do with the dogs. It was just one thing after another. So I didn't make it, but I'm here today. I am here today. We will catch up with the world. It's been a while since we've done a morning show. So it's great to be back doing this again. Kind of missed it a little bit. Things have been keeping us busy. So we're going to catch up on some stuff going on, of course, in the true crime world and whatever else tickles our fancy today. Like I said, Mom Bear gets to join me today for a little while. And start the day off the right way. Let's see who we got here. Miss Q. Good morning. Well, let me say this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you are and whoever you are, I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all. Because I know that some people are here from different places and it's different times. It is different times in different places. So, whatever it is, I hope it's a great time of day for you. And it's great to have you guys here with us. I appreciate you guys so very much. So thank you once again. Let me turn this down back here because this gets irritating. Mama Bear will be here soon. She has to have, her dog needs to take her for a walk. That kind of stuff. So yeah. Miss Taylor, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Q again, thank you for being here. Sparrow, welcome. Good to see you. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Woke up in 1984. Wish we could. Good to see you. Welcome back. Trish Crow, I hope you're feeling better. Great to see you today. And, of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama. Welcome back to you. Miss Diane, great to see you. Bomb Toy in the house this morning. It's kind of early for you, Tomboy. I'm surprised to see you, but thank you for being here. Thank you to my moderator, the one that's here so far. Thank you for joining me today. Appreciate you so much. The lovely Miss Josie West in the house. I hope you're doing well, Miss Josie. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Feminem. Great to see you as well. Welcome back. Witchy, great to see you. Lisa Hawkins, same to you. And Miss Kathy, Probable Cause. Always happy to see you in the house. All these meatballs in here. I love seeing it. Green is a beautiful color, folks. We got to change some of this white. Get some of these white colors changed over to green again. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Thank you to the people that may not be in chat. We still appreciate you being here. Up there watching from the hallway, whatever you call it. Thank you for being here with us. Tomboy was #1 today, too. That's wild, Tomboy. No slacking today, that's for sure. Again, guys, on your way through the door, hit that like button if you would. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing here this morning. And again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all you beautiful people. And thank you for being here with us. We do appreciate you so much. Hello from Germany. That's awesome. And yes, Taylor, I did check out the Whitakers. Pretty sad situation going on right now over there. It's good to hear, Trish. I'm glad to hear that. Pamela Smith, welcome back, dear. Good to see you today. Great to see you. $2.99. What are we talking about, Taylor? What is $2.99? So we got people from everywhere. Miss Kathy is in Germany. Central London, Miss Sparrow. It's awesome. I know Kent is in Canada. Did I hear about the recent hangings? Good Lord. What? No. What are you talking about, Trish? Are you serious? Like hanging? People hangings? That's crazy. I know I need a haircut, guys. I look like a bum. That with my black and white grumpy looking beard growing in, but it's that time of year. I'll get a haircut soon, I promise. I might even do it later on when I get up here. Yeah, that's wild sounding, Trish. What's going on there on a college campus? What? Where is this at? I guess that's something we'll have to look into. Let me take that note down in my notes. There's a video that I did screen record of someone in the home. They moved Timmy to hushed or hit Timmy. Okay. I know some of that was going on, Taylor, of course. Well, thank you, Miss Q. I appreciate that. Really? Yeah. I'm surprised it's not on the news. I will in Louisiana. Okay. We'll look that up since we do a little bit of everything on the morning show, just to catch up with what's going on in our crazy ass world. So we will catch that up and see what we got going on. SRB, you missed SRBBB's in the house. You missed the new pre-intro sound or pre-intro music. Sorry. I made them thinking about you, SRB, because of the type of stuff you listen to and you seem to like. Pushed him. Oh, I'm sure, Taylor. There's been some definite abuse going on in that house for a while now, and it's really sad that it's turned out the way that it has. Done one. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. Great to have you here today. Hold, please. Okay, I will hold. What am I holding? Am I holding to myself? Maybe I hold my mic. I'll hold my mic thing. Here we go. I'm holding it. Not the home they moved him from. Oh, okay. I don't know. I watched a lot of that on and off throughout the day yesterday, Taylor. It's pretty sad how things ended up. For those of you that aren't familiar and have not, I don't know if anybody's up besides me, of course, Taylor, ever followed the Whitakers. It was a pretty wild story out of West Virginia, a place called Odd, West Virginia, and it's about it was Mississippi. Okay, Trish, I will look into that too. A family that was an inbred family that has grown up. There's 15 total siblings, and that's how they were brought to the world. A gentleman by the name of Mark Leata first did it. He did a story called The Soft White Underbelly, or a series, and they were part of that. And I started following it because it was really interesting to see how things were. And these people, they live way below, way below the level of what any of us probably would ever imagine. And it was sad in some ways and very interesting in others and kind of sweet in some. And well, it's been a whole chaotic mess. A couple people tried to step in to help them to build a house and stuff like that. Supposedly, one of the guys that's involved in it was, I guess you could say, in some sense, extorting money from the money that they were making from their live stuff that they were doing here. It's always been a problem with money with them, and it's just a bunch of stuff going on there. So, oh, really, SRB? Wow, gotcha. Okay, yeah, and it's wild because when they were when Mark first stepped into it, them they couldn't even. Some of them can't speak. One of them kind of barks. Some of them had barked before, I guess. There's 15 total siblings, and they were all living together in one home mostly. There's a couple that didn't. Now it's down to like 6 of them, I think. I guess that makes sense. And Christy Nevada, welcome, Miss Christy. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day, dear. Appreciate you. Thank you to my moderators again for jumping in here with us. I appreciate and love each and every one of you guys for everything you guys do. So yeah, I was following up with this to sin, and it's turned into another where's the money situation. The one guy that stepped in, his name is Eric. I can't think of his last name right now, but he was going to set up with the Amish to build them a brand new log cabin. They were living in I guess it's a trailer, like a modular home it's bad. The living conditions are horrible. And there's the 2 sisters, Ray, Timmy, and Larry. I think there's 5 that live in that house. Yeah. And then Larry's daughter was there, and she's got a really bad drug problem. She was stealing all that. There was like $174,000 that was raised for them at some point by that Mark Liotta, and it disappeared because the one daughter has a bad drug problem. And so there's some things going on with 2 of the other siblings. The 2 main siblings that help take care of everybody, named Betty and Larry. There's some things going on with them that aren't quite right either. True Seeker, good morning. Good to see you. If you guys have ever followed it, only 4 living in the home, 2 living. Okay. See, I wasn't sure how that was going because the one camper is off. But anyway, so it's become bad now because the special needs, there's 3 of them that are special needs. And they were removed from the home recently through Adult Protective Services, and it's just a sad situation to see it because these people were together their whole lives. They're probably in a better situation, but it's got to be hard for them because they're used to living together. The trips to Walmart and Larry and BJ. Oh, okay, got you. See, I didn't know Larry was out there too, but that makes sense. Scott, my friend, I got your message. Thank you for checking up on me, brother. I appreciate you. Well, you know what, though, Josie? Timmy can speak. Ever since Eric and, mostly Eric, in my opinion, got close to Timmy and started taking him around, they started teaching Timmy how to say things, and he picked it up like you wouldn't believe. If anybody would have ever spent time with Timmy and Lorraine and Ray and actually did some stuff with them, they could have been prosperous. They definitely could flourish a lot more because that's the problem is they never, I don't think there was much schooling or education. Timmy went to school for a while when he was younger to like a special education facility, but besides that, it just dropped off. Timmy seems to know a little bit of sign language too, I've noticed. But oh, hold on 1 minute, I'm getting the boss lady's yelling for me. I'll be right Okay, everybody, I'm sorry about that. My wife is off today and she needed something. But yeah, it's a very interesting it's an interesting story to see. You know what I mean? How it all goes down. It's like I said, some senses it's sad, some senses it's sweet, some senses it's been lately. It's just been really chaotic and not good. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, brother. 49 peeps in the house, guys. 32 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. Yes, always good to see a true seeker. Universal basic income could have done so much good for this situation when financial stress is even slightly lessened. It's amazing what people agreed. And those people were receiving, I believe, some kind of a monthly assistance as well. But the daughter to the oldest one, Larry, kind of destroyed a lot. Okay, I see it, Taylor. I don't know what that is, but I see Timmy there. But like I said, he started to flourish a lot when they started spending time with them and doing some stuff with them and teaching them words and how to speak. And they're Timmy's very smart. From what I gathered so far, when just the things I've seen happen over the past few months, it's pretty amazing to me considering how it was for a long, long time. And Timmy's 46 years old. And he is the son of Lorraine, another one. She can't speak very well, but I think they could have all been able to speak if they had been worked with, is all I'm saying. It's very sad in that aspect, but I was kind of excited when I started watching a little bit of it to see that they were going to build them a house where everybody was going to have a bedroom, because Timmy and his mother sleep together in a bed. Betty sleeps in the back by the back part of the house on a couch. Ray sleeps on a bed in the front area. And then like Taylor said, the other two sleep outside in a camper, and there's no running water. There's no plumbing. It's just bad. It's a very bad situation. And anytime these other guys that stepped in would pick them up, they would take them home to their places and they would shower them, go buy them clothes. The one gentleman, Ray, he has a tendency to defecate on himself and urinate on himself and doesn't quite understand. It just anywhere. The inside of the house has multiple. They have probably 8 dogs, a couple cats. It's really sad because there's nothing but dog feces and urine all over the house, human feces and urine all over the house. And it looks like Betty, she's kind of the caretaker of everybody. She cooks and does this and all that. I will do that, SRB. Nell, yes, I remember Nell with Jodie Foster. It was a very good movie. You're going to make me want to watch it again now, SRB. Same thing Eddie said. We had a family like that in the country about 15 miles from me. They were, oh my God. That's horrible, Josie. Good Lord. Do they know who did it? Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that movie. My wife likes that movie too. Thanks for bringing it up, SRB. Again, thank you guys all so much for joining us. Mama Bear will be here when she gets here. Like I said, the dog had to take her for a walk. We've always said that because he drags her all over the place. She don't walk him, he walks her. Moonbreaker, welcome. Good to see you today. So we're going to be jumping into a bunch of different things and seeing what's going on and checking up on some stuff. And welcome back to the morning show. Tay in the wind. Now I'm going to be doing that all day because anytime I watch that movie, Miss Donna, good morning. Good to see you today. It's just Tay in the wind. Listen, the last time we watched that movie, my whole house was doing that. Just a Tay in the wind. You gotta love it. Yeah, I bet you are. You did it on purpose because it does that to people. You have to know it. Had to do it to you. See? Yes. Tay in the wind. There it goes. Now it's stuck. You're awake? Are you sure you're awake? We got to wake you up. Is that the problem, Tomboy? You need some way to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's not the first of the month. Wake up. Does that help? Will that wake you up? Maybe that does. Uh-oh, maybe. Maybe. Maybe that'll help wake you up a little bit, Tomboy. Woman power. Good to see you. Yeah, we're not touching on Idaho today too much. I mean, unless there's something new that pops up while we're in here, but there isn't. So you don't have to worry about that. Karma Police, great to see you. There's plenty of other stuff for us to look at. Thank you so much, Christy. And guys, if you're interested, please go check out the True Crime Cafe store, the shop that we have there. Check out some of our merch. If there's any ideals that you have, please let us know. We would like to put it together. But thank you so much, Christy, for that. There's a link for it. We got a couple new shirts that are going to be made with some sayings on that I seem to like now. Some other stuff. I was trying to put together some Halloween and maybe some holiday shirts. And anything else you can pretty much find. There's quite a bit of stuff in there. Cassie did quite a bit of work in there and a couple other people at some point. So go check it out if you're interested in any of the merch we got here. Get a t-shirt, a blanket, a pillowcase, or pillow sham, or whatever the hell they're called. Coffee mugs. Anything. Hoodies. The hoodies are nice. Please do, if you will. Thank you, Miss Christie. You made a boo-boo. We're supposed to fast for blood work this morning. You ate now you gotta wait. That is a boo-boo. And yes, we do have a Facebook, you guys. For those of you that don't know, please head on over, check that out, and if you will, follow it. I got to get in there and do some work on it because, unfortunately, Wisdom Speaks she used to run the Facebook, and since she passed, we haven't really messed with it too much. So I got to get in there and do a little work in there and update things, which I will at some point. It was kind of depressing, so I didn't really bother with it for those reasons, truly. But I will be updating things in there and starting to mess around with it again. So thank you again so much for that, Christy. You're amazing. Kat Benatar, what happened? She's a little pissy at you for moving her up. Oh, yes. She has that cat obsesses over her, I think. You won't, they don't take that much, SRB. Yes, her cat's names are quite interesting. She has Cat Benatar. She has Kitty Purry. There's another one. What's the other one, Tomboy? And Meowse. That's it. Meowse. Kitty Purry, Cat Benatar, and Meowse. And I tried to get her to name another one, but I forgot the name I was going to have her do. It was kind of funny, too. But anyway. Yeah, her cats have personalities. Truly, just like she does. Her and Miss Tandy both. Thank you again, Christy. You're awesome. Karma Police, great to see you again today. Come on in, everybody. 54 peeps, 39 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. And, of course, our TikTok. Yes, Miss Brandy B runs that. We do have a TikTok. If you haven't followed that yet, please make sure you do soon. Chet Donnelly, great to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Just waiting for everybody to jump in here, and of course, Mama Bear. And we'll get things moving, guys. Get some updates going and see what's going on in this crazy ass world we live in. OCD Shaggy. Christy is awesome. Yes. Meowsy. They're just plain ass. Well, I mean, hey. They learn from their owners, though, don't they? You have Prince. I have Oliver. My cat's name's Oliver from Oliver and Company because one of my kids named him from way back when. Kitty Purry. Morning, chat. Great to see you, my friend. Let's see. A few more minutes here, guys, and we'll get rolling. Good morning, Sunny. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, Lord have mercy. I had a couple interesting things to check out today. We got stuff on the Charlie Kirk situation, Tyler Robinson, some newer stuff there, stuff in the Jack and Lily Sullivan missing child case. I also have a story on a serial killer that was arrested at 45 years after the time that this all started. And it shows him live, being arrested live. It's kind of interesting. Moonlight Baby, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us today. And any other little updates we have, and we'll see what else we got going. I think I have something. Mocking Media put some stuff out. Towards the end, we can check it out and get a little laugh in before we get out of here. Oh, yeah. How are the kids today, Tomboy? Are they working or are they home? How's Sean and Rusty Bobby? How are they doing? Good, I hope. Oh, that's cute. I love it. The Tea Time Sleuth. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Job hunting. Any factories up by you and yours? Actually, yeah, we have a few. We have an electric car battery factory here. I can't think of the name of it, but they're hiring. TJX is a all around. It's a huge facility, like a warehouse facility that warehouses for different multiple places. They're hiring. Those are both in Lordstown, Ohio, which isn't too far from me at all. Right near where the GM plant was. Top of the morning to you. I don't know, like, where are you located, though, Tea Time? Are you in Ohio as well, or at least close to me? That's so cute. I love that. He recognizes me, huh? That's awesome. Thank you, Christy. 55 peeps in the house. 39 likes. We can do a little better than that. Come on, y'all. Pretend like you like me for a couple hours at least. And don't worry, we won't be here super duper long. You're in Dayton. That'd be a hell of a drive. You might want to ask SRB. She might be a little closer to you than I am. She might know. Oh, well, it's good to know. I appreciate you so much for supporting the channel and being here. We appreciate you very much. What part of Ohio? She's up. Yeah, there you go. Dayton area. I was going to say, somebody else told me about that. Yeah, she's definitely closer to you, SRB. We got quite a few people here from Ohio. Crocs just made me work almost 600 hours and then wouldn't convert us, and our kids come home. Oh, my God. That's crazy. That is crazy. I hope everybody had a great Tuesday. I'm sorry I didn't get to see you guys. I was hammered yesterday with that sounded good. Not hammered, but busy hammered. It is hump day today. That's correct. Honda and Whirlpool. Oh wow, both good places. I heard that there was a Ford plant. We have a Ford plant somewhere around here that I heard was hiring for certain things too. I don't know. A 147, and you're sick. That's pretty good there, Trish. Really quick, or really good. Absolutely. Yeah, especially with you being sick. That's really good. I can't do that good. It's a drive. Well, I mean, yeah, but if the money's right, it would be worth it in some senses. I got a couple friends that commuted from here to Columbus almost every day. That's a 2.5 hour drive, you guys. But they every other day they would commute every other day. I'm sorry, but they were making an obscene amount of money. They both worked at the same place. I can't think of what it's called. And there's the mom bear being drugged home by the dog. She'll be here soon, guys. Don't worry. Well, I appreciate you for being here for it very much. I see. That's crazy. Every single day. See, my buddies did it for a while, every other day, and then they started going like by the week. They had the weekends off, so they come home on the weekends, and they would just stay at like a Airbnb or I think they did it together or a motel or something. They shared the expense or something like that. Welcome, Luella. Thank you for joining us today. Great to see the new names and faces in here. We appreciate you very much. And yes, guys, thank you so much for that, Christy. Please go make sure you subscribe to Mom Bear's channel. And if we could drop Christy's link in here as well. Christy does amazing work and has been really busy lately with that stuff, dropping some bombshells on us in the Idaho 4 case. The garage door. Oh, I can see it, but I can't say it. Damn it, SRB. No, what's stuck in my head now is a Tay into win. Oh, I know what it's called. Is it Great Garage Doors? Is that what it's called? Thank you so much. There's Christy's link, guys. Please go check out Christy's channel. Subscribe if you have not yet. Clope. Okay, I was way off. Thank you. Make sure that you guys, if you have not subscribed to Christy, hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything she puts out. She's always putting out something great. And thank you, Moonmet, for that super sticker. God bless. I appreciate that very much. Oh, very awesome. Very awesome. I want to thank you guys, by the way, too, for all of you that have been recently helping us hit these goals that we have in here. It's been amazing, and you guys are just amazing, period. You guys are the beautiful people for a reason. Yes, thank you so much for the support, Moonlit. No, Christy, you don't have to drop your own link. We can do that. Don't worry about that. Yeah, there's two. I was going to say, I think there's two channels. Thank you, SRB. But yes, please subscribe to Mom Bear's channel. I know she doesn't get to do much with it because she's always busy working. But please, if you will, let's keep it growing as much as we can. And thank you so much again, Christy. I appreciate that. 58 peeps in the house now. And we got 49 likes. I guess we're catching up. We're getting there. Like I said, guys, we got some updates with the Charlie Kirk situation. The Jack and Lily Sullivan, the two children missing out of Nova Scotia. A little something there, and there's little things here and there. There's the other link right there. Thank you again, SRB. That is amazing. Like I said, Mama Bear will be popping in here once the dog is done dragging her across the neighborhood. And let's see here. Let me get my downloads pulled up. Yes, 100%. You don't need to do any more. Being here is enough. Being here every day so that we can say hi to you is just enough for us. I promise you that. Yes, it is very sad. Very sad. I agree with that too. Okay, Tomboy. Absurd. That's not surprising. We deal with a lot of absurdity here. So I think I'm going to go with probably the shortest update that I have and start off with something new that was put out on Jack and Lily Sullivan. Michelle After Dark put this out. Hang on a minute, you guys. It's expired. Really, Moonlit? I just did it before. Oh, wait a minute. You're right. You know why? Because I did it earlier, not thinking, because I'm a ding dong. Give me a second. I'll fix it. I set it up before I set the show up early today. And yeah, I forgot the length of time. Thank you for letting me know that. I would have never figured that out, Moonlight. You're an angel, as always. All right, guys, we're fixed. We're fixed. I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. It's fixed. We're good. Like I said, I set it up. I'm sorry. When I set up the show, I wasn't even thinking about the length of time that it would be. I'm not always that smart. What's up, Hildreth? Media, good to see you, Dylan. Welcome back, my friend. I hope you're having a great day today. And Moonlit, thank you so much for that. We got 1 out of, oh, I hit the wrong one. 1 out of 10 on the goal. Don't worry about that, guys. It'll just let it roll off. But thank you so much, Moonlit. I appreciate that so very much. So very generous and so very sweet of you. God bless. Lisa Hawkins, good to see you. I heard the unaliving of Xana and Ethan on Nicole Casey's podcast. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Missy Jane, welcome. Good to see you. I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of that before. Nicole Casey, huh? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, hello.
Hello.
Are you okay? He didn't drag you too hard, did he?
No, but it's just hot out. Really, really hot.
Really?
Yeah. Let me see.
Wow. I didn't realize it's chilly here.
I wish. Come on. My mouse is not cooperating. I don't know. Let me see. My watch says it's 62, but that's a bunch of BS.
Hold on 1 second. My Mrs. Dago just walked in.
Okay. Trying to find it. Okay, so my phone says 74, but the real feel is 83 degrees because the humidity is probably outrageous as usual. And we have an air quality alert. That's nice. Yeah, 61% humidity. And we haven't turned the AC off. Right, Truth Seeker? Sounds like here. Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 90s here by the weekend. And then the high 70s supposedly next week, but we'll see. Oh, I wish SRB were in some kind of pocket.
Who are you talking to?
The chat.
Geez, fine. I'll
You
just
weren't here. Okay.
Am I allowed to come back?
I guess.
I miss you. So much fun messing around with you. Oh. Okay. Be more important. Yes, I know that. I know. I'm the gray-haired old man over here that rambles on. Care Bear, welcome. Good to see you. Where can we find the? I guess I'll have to look it up myself. I've never heard of. Have you ever heard of Nicole Casey? Hey, Krista.
Ring a bell, but maybe if I heard the story, I might. But
It's something about Ethan and Xana. I'll have to. I wrote it down and I'll have to search it up. Is it?
There's a video I've been looking for that I can't find now. Because I swear, and I'm not trying to get on the Idaho case, but since you said that, it triggered my thought. There's a video I'm trying to find where somebody, I don't know if it was a coroner or an officer or who, said that they went into the room with Kaylee and Maddie and they took the cover off of them and they saw the knife sheath. And I cannot find that now. Yeah. And I'm like, I know I heard it, I saw it, but I don't know where.
I guess we'll have to look for that then, yes. Because I'm curious now. Because once again, 9,000 photographs, folks.
Christy's seen it too.
Well,
okay, good.
I didn't doubt you.
I know. I was doubting myself though. I've watched so many different things, and I'm like, did I just kind of put some videos together?
There's the link. SRB said I was going to maybe pull it up too, but yeah, that's interesting because out of 9,000 photographs, not one of them is of a sheath, but 3 of them, like Lana said the other day when she joined us, have been deleted. Interestingly enough.
SRB, and a video I watched that was like a documentary type video. They were talking to a coroner or an officer or something. They said they went into the room with Kaylee and Maddie. They removed the blanket from the girls, and there was the knife sheath. Not they walked in and saw it like it has been for the last 2.5, 3 years.
Well, not to mention, wait, that's right. You're right. But not to mention, according to the documentation we had, it was also underneath Maddie's leg too, under the comforter. So
yep, see,
that's what I'm confused about.
Yep, they said they didn't see the sheath until they removed the blanket.
And this was a coroner.
It might have been the 2020, and I just skipped through it too much because, you know, my time wise, I try to skip through it.
Was it my butt that said that?
No, it was not a female. It was a male.
Because our story that we got was that they could see it from the door. Remember? Like you said.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see it if it's underneath a blanket. I'm sorry.
Right.
Interesting. Might have to be a conversation for later. Goodness, my butt.
Yeah, no, it was not her.
My butt. Doing my butt.
So it was maybe whoever was maybe working with her. I don't know, but it was a male.
Interesting. Well, I can't play 2020 on here, but I can definitely watch it and verify that they say that.
Mm-hmm.
Real self-governed bro, welcome. Big thanks from Tea Time Sleuths. We tried to send a super, but it is not working at the moment. We will try. Oh, no worries. And welcome to you. I love your avatar.
Right.
Appreciate you
Someone
doing this.
said, I saw that on the 2020. It was the FBI guy, I believe.
Mm-hmm. FBI. Yeah, not the one that Ann wanted to talk to on the stand, is it? What's his name, guys? Tomboy, SRB. You should know. Well, I appreciate that very much. It's wonderful to have you here. I really do appreciate it. And I think our super chat thing works here. I don't know if it just might not be working temporarily for you. But you don't have to
I hope
be
you find it, Christy.
done one. Yeah, I'm curious because what the hell was Nick Balance? Was it Balance that said it?
I don't think so. That thing doesn't.
No. Okay. There was over 500 people involved in this as far as law enforcement peoples. So anyway, very crazy, but I want to see that now and talk about it. Care Bear, great to see you. It is beyond, it's like the worst case scenario. Where's Waldo? Yes, I agree with you 100%. And I can't not think about it because we cannot get.
Well, I also feel like we're playing a game of Clue.
100%. Yeah. A very, very extreme game of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting any real answers to anything.
Mm-mm.
And we're sitting here day after day after day waiting for more documents and reports to come out to give us more answers. Because every time we get a document or something that drops, we just have more questions. Yeah. So then we pull other documents and reports to answer those questions that creates more questions, which creates more. If that makes any sense. Because it doesn't, but it does. So anyway, back to the real world.
Yeah.
Real world. It's crazy. It is crazy. So let me give you guys, let's start off with this. Again, these two children out of Nova Scotia, Canada are still missing. Been missing. We're 5 months into this now, I think. Wait.
4, I think.
Yeah, this is the 5th month. This is sad. And it makes no sense. No sense at all. Jackie and Lily Sullivan are their names. And I've been following this with every bit of what I can. RCMP has been very tight-lipped with this, holding everything close to their vest. And it's just been really rough. So, and I want to know where these kids are. This just makes no sense. So now this new thing Michelle put out, it says Malaya said what? Malaya is their mother. So I'm real curious to see what Malaya may have said. So let's check it out. Coming this week, guys, I might be doing it tomorrow. I was going to do it yesterday, but things got crazy. I'm going to be hitting the documents on this case and going through everything that I can. I think Ken Corbett's going to join me for that, who's been involved in the case from the beginning. He lives there, local resident. Hey, Kat, good to see you, dear. And figure out if we can come up with any ideas as to where these kids are, because it makes no sense. Mr. Mutant, good to see you. Listening from Skagit County. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Oh, I love your avatar. That's awesome. And your name is cool, Mr. Mutant. Yes, agreed, Christy. Agreed. Yeah, find the sheaths for real. All right, let's check this out real quick.
Morning everyone, my name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Tuesday morning, the 16th of September. In this video, we're going back to Nova Scotia in Canada to talk about the case of the missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. Been a couple of days since I talked about Lily and Jack's case. There's nothing new. I just was pondering some stuff about the case. I went back to reread the affidavit that is dated the 16th of July. These are from the documents that the RCMP released. And the 16th of July is the most recent and the most comprehensive document we have. So what I want to look at is what Malaya told the cops versus what she has said since in text messages. Honestly, I expected there to be more discrepancies than there are. Make of that what you will. That's what we're going to talk about. Let's go. Before we get into it, can I just ask, if you wouldn't mind, if you're not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year. With your help, I can do it. I know there's plenty of people who are regularly watching my videos who are not subscribed. It's completely free. It's not like memberships where you pay a fee. Totally free. Just click the subscribe button and help me get to the 100K mark, and then YouTube will send me a silver play button plaque for my wall. All right, without further ado. Oh, and by the way, the footage that you're seeing is from the summer. I haven't been in the fields for a couple of days because it has been stormy. So I've run out of B-roll, and this is just something from the summer. All right, let's start with the RCMP document. I'm going to start here. Malaya provided 4 statements to police. That was up to the 16th of July. 2 statements were provided on May 2nd, one on May 3rd, and one on May 4th. The following is a summary of what was said. Now, I'm specifically interested in what she said around the timeline, not what happened days previous. We know that Lily and Jack were alive and well on the afternoon of Thursday, May the 1st. It's the day they went missing that I'm particularly focused on, because I want to get this timeline straight. You know, we're more than 4 months into this case, and I want to get this timeline straight in my head. I've heard from the dispatch audio that Lily and Jack were last seen around 8 a.m. It doesn't really help us timeline-wise that the RCMP docs have got the times redacted, but I think we can work out what she actually said. I'm going to start here. On Friday morning, Malaya's alarm went off at 6 a.m. and another at 6:15 a.m. I set multiple alarms when I've got to get up early as well, which was when she used the school app to mark them sick that day. So it was like 6:18 or something. Malaya then went back to sleep. Daniel and Meadow were still sleeping, and there was no other noise in the house. Malaya heard the kids playing in their bedroom around, and I'm guessing that that's going to say 8-ish. And that's what was brought through on the dispatch audio. One cop talking to another, one cop saying when they were last seen. It says 8. They've got that from somewhere. So I think maybe Malaya said, oh, I heard them around 8 o'clock. They woke Meadow up, so she took her into bed and turned the TV on for her, and then faded in and out of sleep. The kids were giggling, so that'd be Lily and Jack, laughing and talking to each other. They were in their room right next to theirs, so they were loud. And then I bet you any money this says 9:40. Around 9.
That's interesting to me. They woke Meadow up. I wonder if there's something to that part of it. As far as you know how that could upset somebody, right? Waking up the baby and getting the baby all worked up.
Yeah, I wouldn't wake them up.
And it makes me wonder if there was a problem because of them waking Meadow up. If it upset somebody in the household, one of the parents, you know, just wondering. So we'll see, I guess.
9:40, she heard silence. So she doesn't know. She does not know when they left. If, and then this is a big if they did leave. We're taking this at face value. We're reading the words. We're taking it at face value. So if they did leave of their own accord, went to play out, Malaya will not know whether it was 8:05 or whether it was 10:25, because she's in and out of sleep between, I bet you any money that says 8, and I bet you any money that says 9:40. She does not know what Lily and Jack were doing in that time, because what we have heard in text messages is that she relies on Journey. She's always relied on Journey to text her or call her.
That's awesome. Thank you, Christy. That's amazing. It's on the 2020 episode. Okay.
To tell her the kids are outside. She said that they wander. They're known to
Welcome,
wander.
Elizabeth.
So why on earth they let the kids play unsupervised without a lock on the door and with holes in the fence? It's a no-brainer. If you know your kids wander, if you know your kids go outside and you don't want them to, lock the door. It's not rocket science, is it? Really? She heard silence and she told Daniel she didn't hear the kids. They got up together and checked in the living room and outside, then started yelling for them. When they didn't hear any answer, she called 911 at 10 a.m., 10:01, I think it was. She had to turn off Wi-Fi to get the bars of cell service and call from one spot in the house where there is good service. Daniel walked around yelling for them to see if he could get a reply and eventually took her Nissan Pathfinder to go and look for them in the woods. Janie was also out looking for them. She had the baby, so she could not go look. Well, what's her excuses been since that day? The fact that she left the day after, I know that some people have some sympathy with her because of the row and because of perhaps the relationship with Daniel was breaking down. And I get all that. I do. I get why she felt she had to leave. I don't understand the cutting all ties, because that means then she's not able to go searching. It just feels odd. It feels odd. And I know that a lot of parents don't want to go searching for their kids because, well, what if you find them? And what if you find them in not a very nice state? I mean, the cops actually tell parents not to go searching. So maybe she's just relied on what the cops have told her, and that's why she hasn't. Me personally, I would have to. But I do know, and I don't judge people for not wanting to go search if they may well find something that is, well, not for a parent's eyes, shall we say. Malaya said she didn't think the kids had changed their clothes from the night before, and Lily's backpack was gone, so she assumed she had it with her. She described it as a corduroy cream-coloured backpack with strawberries on it. Lily and Jack's boots were gone. Lily was wearing a size 13 rainbow pink boot, and Jack was wearing a size 10 blue dinosaur boots. There was a little bit of good coppering, actually, with the RCMP here, because they took the boot print, like the impression of the boot print that they found on the pipeline trail. It had a number 29 on the imprint, and the 29 corresponds with size 11 in children's sizes. So the impression on the boot print is a size 11. And actually, when they looked at Malaya's purchases from March, she'd actually bought size 11. She hadn't bought size 13 as she thought. She bought size 11. So the boot impression that was found on the pipeline trail is the same size as Lily's. That is intriguing to me. Is it complete coincidence? Maybe. Is it Lily's from another day? Maybe. Regarding the normal routine, she said the following. She clarified that on a regular morning, the kids go to school. She's up at 6:15. She gets the kids ready, fed, the teeth brushed before having them out to the bus for 7:28 a.m. And one of them has to go out with them to buckle Jack in and then get him back when the bus comes back. So they wait with the kids for the bus. The bus stops in their driveway. She also clarified the sleeping arrangements. Meadow, Daniel, and Malaya share a room. Lily and Jack also share a room, but they're divided because they will be up all hours of the night when it was open concept. Oh dear. Okay, so that's what she said about the morning. Now, there's a few messages that have been released from both Malaya and Daniel talking to various people. Right.
There probably not. There's not a whole lot of reason for it, Kent, today, because we're just doing a quick over with this one. But when we do the document read, I'm definitely going to have you join me for that, which is probably going to be tomorrow if it's possible. Every single day, Mr. Mutant, sometimes twice a day. So yeah, be wonderful to have you here.
Here is Malaya talking to Belinda, Lily and Jack's biological grandmother. She told Belinda she woke up at 9:40, but these text messages are specifically relating to Daniel. Regarding the timeline, what she's told people in text messages is consistent. It's consistently vague. Let's put it that way. I don't think she's told anyone else something different than she's told the RCMP. I think her story has been consistent, and it's vague because she doesn't know. She doesn't know what time they left, if they did leave. Now, Janie has an idea. Again, taking all this at face value, Janie has an idea because she said she heard the kids after she'd been on the phone to her brother, and she'd been on the phone to her brother at 8:48. So the kids were playing on the swing just after that time. So any time between 8:48 and 9:40. But Janie was also snoozing. So Janie could have fallen asleep for 5 minutes. She could have fallen asleep for 20 minutes. You know, you just don't know, do you, when you're napping? Again, this is all at face value. So, do you believe in your heart that Daniel could have hurt them, says Belinda? I don't know, but he's been acting suspicious and is too worried about what people think about him and not focus on my kids at all.
And my opinion is absolutely, I don't trust either one of these parents at this point because they both acted very strange in certain ways. So anything is possible at this time. Like I said, you know, if the baby is a light sleeper and stays up all the time and parents get irritated, we know how that goes. And these two woke that baby up. That could definitely be something that would set somebody off and could cause harm to children. I'm just saying. If there's an abusive side to somebody, it would set them off. Maybe somebody got too upset, put their hands on the kids, did something they shouldn't have, or something in that sense. I'm just saying, I'm not putting anything past the situation now. My only issue is what happened to them after that, if that did happen. So that's why I got to think both sides of it.
Everything he's doing is odd, and the police advised him to stay away from the media and to stop contacting me. He's also tried to steal money from my account through Temu because my card was attached to his account. So everything is not right. My main focus right now is to protect Meadow and find my kids. Well, she's not looking though, is she? This is the thing. Daniel has been saying to YouTubers that he believes you had the kids taken that morning and he woke when you came back to bed. And she says, let him say whatever he wants. I can't say anything to anyone anymore. Your lawyer can speak, yes. Daniel is putting all eyes on you. Seems like it, but I'm not following the media. So your grandmother's cousin has been thinking the same thing too. He's been on social media. That's Durwood. Who are you protecting Meadow from? Can't listen to all that. I've heard all this. And protecting Meadow from the CPS. And Meadow now has been taken into CPS care. Maybe that was the best thing for her. Again, that's another red flag that they've taken Meadow into CPS care. That follows on from here. So I'm not following the media. I've asked people to respectfully not send things to me. If they feel of concern, send it to the police. Good advice. The truth always comes out. It does indeed. It does indeed. Now, this is one of the text strings from...
Thank you, Mr. Mutant.
Malaya talking to Sonny from It's a Crime and Shame. And Malaya says, all I want is my kids to be found. And Sonny says, I would love to put out a true timeline for Jack and Lily. Good question. I do not know. That's what the police want to find out. So they want to find out the timeline, but the police weren't there. They need you to tell them the timeline. Look, if she's completely innocent, she does not know what time the kids went out. She has no clue when they went out and what they were doing. Are you positive you heard them 8 to 8:30, as you told Belinda? Is that true? I heard the kids in the morning, yes. She's not clarified 8
Agreed,
to
Care Bear.
8:30, but the reason why I think 8 to 8:30 is right, or at least that's what she's told people, is because of the dispatch audio. So between 8 and 8:30, she heard them, and that would tally with Janie hearing them shortly after 8:48 outside. So there is a timeline there. of sorts. Yes, it's vague. Yes, you have to extrapolate some things, but there is a timeline there, which is more solid than we've ever had in the case of Summer Wells. And Summer's case is over 4 years old now. We have a whole 3-hour block that is completely missing out of June 15th, 2021. But here, you actually can piece a little bit of the timeline together at face value. I have to keep saying that. Cops don't see any evidence of a crime. So again, we got to take that at face value. So I heard the kids in the morning. Yes, Daniel was sleeping beside me the entire time from 6:18 to around 9:40 when I woke him up because I no longer heard them in the bedroom. This is the best estimate I can give at the moment because I was in and out of sleep, dozing off that morning. I called the police at 10:01. So what she's told the cops and what she's been telling everyone else is consistent. Is that because she's telling the truth and the truth doesn't change, and the only reason she's vague is because she genuinely doesn't know because she was asleep? Or is she just a very good liar? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video.
Thank you, Michelle. Again, that came from Michelle After Dark. I don't know what to think or who to believe with this anymore. I just don't. You know, I had issues with Malay in the beginning, and Daniel was the one that came out looking like he was being real and you know, truly cared and all that. And now I don't trust either one. I just don't. But that's true. You know, if everything's lining up with what she's saying with the police, then what the hell's going on here? This case is weird. It's just very strange, and it's bugging me because it feels like it's going to end up being another Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers situation, and I just don't want to see another one of those. You know what I mean? Any thoughts, Mrs. Mama Bear?
No, I'm at a complete loss on this one.
It's crazy. It just doesn't fit. You know, I thought maybe we had some answers, some possibilities. Kent came up here and gave a whole slew of stuff that he thought too, and explained a lot of the story, and it still doesn't wrap up to make any sense. It's crazy. It's very sad too, because these are two beautiful little children that just nope, it shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be happening. And I'm still, there's a lot of people that stepped out and spoke on this too. It's just odd. It's very, very odd, the way it all happened. So I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's see here. What do I have popping up here next? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and get into this guy, Tyler Robinson. This is the guy that took out Charlie Kirk. Very sad situation. I'm sure most of you know about this. This is the shooter they have arrested. And there's a thing on this with some text messages that were released between him and his boyfriend, lover, whatever he calls him. I don't know what to call him. His mate, partner, I guess we'll put it that way. I've been multiple things I've heard, but at some point I feel like there's a possibility that they may have to arrest his partner because he kind of did some things he shouldn't, in my opinion. So Law and Crime covered something on this with these text messages. I figured we will review this and then discuss this a little bit as well. Any thoughts on this situation, Mama Bear, at all before we get rolling? Are you there? I guess not. Okay, then. On we go.
Our first look at Charlie Kirk's accused killer since his arrest. Tyler Robinson appears in Utah court via Zoom from jail.
Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out.
And just wait until you see the text messages that we now have that Robinson allegedly sent his lover roommate after the shooting and what he allegedly told that roommate.
Agreed, Trish. The guy, he had no, I watched the hearing thing. There was no emotion. This guy showed nothing. And this text chain, as you're going to see, is a little strange. I do agree, Shaggy. there's actually been some people that wonder if this is real. They've made the statement, is this a real text chain? I don't know. I have no idea. It's odd, but we're going to get into that too.
To do that led to even more charges against this accused killer, a killer who could be put to death if he's found guilty of the charges he now faces. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. All right, let's get to the updates that we have in the case of Tyler Robinson, who is
Good morning, Cat Lady. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Missed you. Great to see you.
now charged with killing Charlie Kirk, the conservative influencer. And these text messages that we now have, I just read through them, they will be damning pieces of evidence in Tyler Robinson's case. I mean, if this ever even goes to trial. Now, take a look here. Here's Robinson appearing in Utah County, Utah court just a short time ago, appearing via video call from jail. He's now being held without bond. Now, we also now know the charges that Robinson is facing. 7 counts in all, and they could mean that he will be put to death if he's found guilty in a jury trial. Prosecutors in Utah County announced them today for the first time at a news conference.
Count 1, aggravated murder, a capital offense for intentionally or knowingly causing the death of Charlie Kirk under circumstances that created a great risk of death to others. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony. The state is further alleging aggravating factors on counts 1 and 2 because the defendant is believed to have targeted Charlie Kirk based on Charlie Kirk's political expression and did so knowing that children were present and would witness the homicide. The state is also charging defendant with count 3, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony for moving and concealing the rifle used in the shooting. Count 4, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony for disposing the clothing he wore during the shooting. Count 5, witness tampering, a third-degree felony for directing his roommate to delete his incriminating texts. Count 6, witness tampering, a third-degree felony for directing his roommate to stay silent if police questioned him. And count 7, commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor, for committing homicide knowing that children were present and may have seen or heard the murder and did so based on Charlie Kirk's political expression.
Charlie Kirk, of course, was a political figure. Thousands of people came to hear him speak at Utah Valley University. He was one of the leading voices of young conservatives in this country. But that's not the only reason that there was major suspicion that this was an alleged political assassination. We know that Robinson, once he was arrested, had become more political in recent years, according to his family. We saw in the bullets left by the rifle that he allegedly left behind lines like, "Hey, fascist, catch," that politics may have been the motivation for killing Charlie Kirk. But today, for the first time, prosecutors made that known, as you heard there, because of some of the text messages we're going to talk about and some of the statements that Robinson had made over the last couple of years. Now, another major update coming in was related to Robinson's roommate, and this is where we get into these text messages. Now, that roommate's been identified as a member of the transgender community, a man who's transitioning to be a woman, and they had been in a relationship with Robinson. Robinson is facing 2 counts of obstruction of justice for allegedly trying to stop that roommate from speaking to law enforcement and for allegedly telling the roommate to delete messages about the shooting. Now, I want to be clear that law enforcement has said that this roommate has been very cooperative in the investigation and they are not facing charges at this time. Prosecutors, though, just unveiled the bombshell text messages that Tyler Robinson allegedly sent that roommate. Take a listen.
Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and he did provide those messages to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange, then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." Roommate, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson, I am. I'm sorry." Roommate, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering."
Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, I need to take a moment and stop and talk about our partners at Morgan & Morgan. This is Pennsylvania.com/OTC. You can also...
Why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." Roommate, "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson again, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDE."
He's worried about his dad being upset about bringing back the rifle, but you just took somebody's life? Good Lord, dude.
Okay, if it's had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The F in messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right. I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine, IDK. I think that was a $2K scope. Wink, wink.
We know that Robinson was very active on social media, specifically the platform Discord, which is used for video gamers to communicate online. It's being reported by the Washington Post that he actually admitted in a group chat of more than 20 people that he is the one who killed Charlie Kirk. He allegedly said, quote, "I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything." Now, investigators had said that Robinson's dad confronted the 22-year-old about the shooting and eventually confessed to the crime. Robinson surrendered himself to authorities after he spoke with his parents and a family friend. His mom, we found out today, was originally the person who sounded the alarm when she saw photos on the news of that person of interest, and she thought that person of interest looked like her son.
On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home homesick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in.
Robinson was in court today on Tuesday. He is being held without bond. Now, you've heard from President Trump and Utah Governor Spencer Cox over the last several days that they say this is going to be a death penalty case. And today that was confirmed by Utah prosecutors filing that they will go for the death penalty. And you also heard them lay out what they believe are the aggravating factors that could lead to the death penalty if there's a guilty verdict in this case. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and the president of West Coast Trial Lawyers, Nima Romani. Thank you, as always, for taking time to be with us here on Law and Crime, as we just minutes ago learned of these charges at the time we're recording the 7 counts that Tyler Robinson is facing.
I have to tell you guys, every time I see this guy, it reminds me of a mafia lawyer. Every time I see him. Sorry. I just have to put that out there. Megastar Meg in the house. Good to see you, Meg. Thank you for being here, dear. Sloopo, thank you for joining us. And yeah, that does make some sense. Welcome, Last 24. Just making sure I'm caught up with everybody that's here. OCD Shaggy, I think I saw. Okay, on we go. But yeah, this guy must love you guys if I took a break from watching Cash Patel. Some of it I was watching too. Yeah. It is interesting, and we love you too, Meg. Thank you for being here.
What sticks out to you with what Utah prosecutors are going for here?
Chris, what sticks out to me is that aggravated murder, because of course it carries the potential death sentence there in Utah. So that's obviously the most serious of the charges. The aggravating factor is that Tyler Robinson shot into a crowd. Obviously he hit Kirk, but he could have killed anyone. And I think that is what separates that type of murder from other types of murder in this case.
And some of the aggravating factors that the prosecutor talked about, I mean, Charlie Kirk himself was a political figure. We're learning through some of these text messages and Discord messages and what family members have said that Tyler Robinson was very much into his politics and did not like Charlie Kirk, which is alleged, of course, now, but you know, we'll see how the court process plays out. What goes into determining whether he will actually get the death penalty?
So the jurors have to weigh the aggravating factors with the mitigating factors. So obviously, the fact that this was plotted, planned, premeditated, that's going to be an aggravating factor. To the extent that this was an assassination in a public place with his wife and children and other children present, that's going to be an aggravating factor. To the extent that this was motivated to silence someone because of their political beliefs, that's going to be an aggravating factor. The defense, of course, is going to try to do everything they can to keep Robinson alive. That is their sole job. It's going to be very hard to get a not guilty or an acquittal in a case like this. There's so much evidence, right? The DNA, those admissions on Discord, we've all seen the surveillance video. So it's really going to be a case not about the guilt phase, but the penalty phase. And in mitigation, I think they're going to talk about the fact that this is someone who's 22 years old. He has no criminal history. He did turn himself in after a day or so. So those are going to be factors in mitigation in this particular case.
And we hear with Tyler Robinson, and there is this big question of, okay, he was into his politics, which was the term that was in the police documents, that he'd become more political in recent years. But he was someone who you could look and say had become radicalized in some way. He was an extremist when it came to his mind, because you would go to the extent of killing someone who you disagree with politically. Why would this not be a terrorism charge?
It potentially
Thank you so much, Meg. You're an angel. Appreciate that so much. So generous and so sweet of you. God bless. We appreciate that.
is a terrorism charge. So obviously terrorism is unique in that we're talking about the state case, but of course the feds could also file this case, and the easiest way to do so would be to charge terrorism. We've seen the feds file over the state recently in some high-profile cases like Luigi Mangione, Carlos Brown in North Carolina. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Now, in the Mangione case, the judge just dismissed the terrorism charge there in New York in the state case, because terrorism requires an intent to either intimidate or coerce the public or the government. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen here, but in the Mangione case, it seemed like, at least according to the judge, that Mangione did it for his own personal reasons. He didn't put his manifesto out. He didn't share it with anyone. So if someone is radicalized with their own individual beliefs, I believe it's terrorism as a former federal prosecutor, but some judges may not. And that's going to be a key distinction in this case if they do move forward with the terrorism charges. Look, motive is not an element of the crime in the state case. So the prosecution doesn't have to prove why he did it. And again, I'm talking about another case, but that happened to Brian Kohberger, right? Kohberger was convicted of all these murder counts. We still don't really know why he did it. So motive may help the feds. It's not necessary for the state prosecutors.
In talking about the federal charge part of this, because with the FBI involved in this investigation, I mean, clearly Charlie Kirk was someone who's very close to people who worked in federal government, most notably the president. What would go into the decision? Because at this point, if the evidence is as strong as it seems, and you have someone who could be found guilty of a crime that would put them to death, why go through, if the government wanted to get involved, in charging him in federal court as well?
Chris, there's law and there's crime, law and crime, but there's also politics, right? And the practical reality is that there's a political layer over this case. When you have the president of the United States talking about the case, the attorney general, the director of the FBI is testifying before Congress today, talking about this case, and Jeffrey Epstein and other cases as well. That's not typical. You have the governor of Utah seemingly doing daily press conferences on this case. Again, it's not something that typically happens. So when you have a lot of elected officials interested in a case, and I'm not saying decisions are made for political reasons, but the reality is that there is a political component here. Charlie Kirk was not your ordinary murder victim. That's why I would not be surprised. In fact, I expect to see federal charges here.
And I thought it was interesting, some of the aggravating factors, and they mentioned it twice. You have the 7th counties facing this commission of a violent offense in front of children. And then one of the aggravating factors that they talked about related to the aggravated murder and the felony discharge of a firearm, and that it was done in front of children. I mean, Charlie, I believe his own kids were actually here, which is horrific to think about, as well as several other young people that were there at this event. But is that just a specific Utah law, or is that one in, I mean, clearly I could see doing an offense in front of a child would be something that deserves punishment, but that was just the first time I had heard specifically that talked about in charges.
It's definitely a Utah state specific law. They certainly wanted to bring in evidence that this was done in front of his wife and kids. I mean, that's something that it's not going to add a whole lot to the sentence, but it can bring more evidence in. And look, we've all seen the videos. They are horrific. They are gut wrenching. You know, I thought I'd seen it all in my almost 25 years of practice, but it's one of the most gruesome murders that I had seen, and really in a public place with, you know, thousands of people potentially present. So again, an aggravating factor both in terms of the danger to the public, but also the fact that it was committed in front of his wife and kids.
I also think too, where if he was to face federal charges, would that, if he's found guilty, say he's found guilty in Utah for the charges that we're talking about here, but then there's federal charges, would he go into the federal prison system, or would he be a Utah? Because I think of a place like the Supermax where you have a lot of high profile inmates, Johar Tsarnaev, the Boston Bombers there, for example. I mean, is that something that potentially could be in the future of Tyler Robinson if found guilty on federal charges?
Potentially, yes, Chris, and I can tell you that he probably wants to serve federal prison time. The reality is federal prisons are a lot nicer than most state prisons. Derek Chauvin, for the murder of George Floyd, chose and asked to serve his time in federal prison. Now, he's also a police officer, and he didn't want to run into some of his former arrestees in state prison. But there's no question that if we're talking about life sentences, most inmates would rather serve federal time than state time, because again, you have less violent criminals, you have a lot more white collar types as well in federal prison.
And then when it comes to his defense, and I know we were talking about that at the beginning, where it may not be he wasn't the one who did it, but it's just, you know, can you get him a life sentence without the death penalty? What would you need to happen? I know we're in the very early stages today. He's expected to make his first court appearance, but as a defense attorney, what would you need to happen for things to go your way in a trial, considering all the evidence and all the political pressure and anger surrounding this suspect and defendant?
Chris, your number one job as a death penalty qualified lawyer is to keep your client alive. So there's two phases to these murder trials in a death penalty case. There's the guilt phase and there's the penalty phase. It's going to be very tough to defend this case in the guilt phase. So typically in murder cases that we cover here on The Law and Crime, you'll see one of three defenses. It wasn't me. Well, we've all seen the video. His DNA is at the scene. We have his admissions. I didn't intend to do it. It was an accident. Well, again, it was premeditated. We have Discord messages before where he's planning this. It was clearly premeditated.
Welcome, Aquarian.
A bolt action rifle with a scope. And the third was that it was self-defense. I don't think any of those defenses apply. It's very hard to get a diminished capacity or insanity type defense in most states, especially Utah. You really have to show that you don't know right from wrong. By all accounts, Tyler Robinson's
Welcome, Ms. Rowe.
did well on his ACTs, was an engineering major. So I think if you're the defense here, Chris, you really got to plead guilty during the guilt phase, or don't put up much of a defense, and focus your attention on the penalty phase. We saw this strategy work with some success with Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland school shooter, right? The defense just focused all their attention to save his life. And ultimately they were successful because you have to get 12 out of 12 jurors. It's very hard to get a death sentence, especially for someone who's younger. I'm not saying you can't get there if you're the prosecution, but it's not a foregone conclusion like a guilty verdict is. So I think the defense will lean into some of the mitigating factors that we talked about. And look, the reality is that he comes from a good Mormon family, reportedly. There's a lot of Mormon jurors in Utah. I'm not saying people are going to make decisions based on religious reasons, but some people may have a tough time putting this kid to death. And you only need 1 out of 12 jurors if you're the defense. The other thing we'll probably see them do is the Koberger strategy, is litigate everything. File every motion you can, not because you think they actually have a chance of success, but to create appellate issues, because we know that it's much easier and more likely to get a death sentence reversed on appeal, because there's mandatory state and federal appeals, than actually convincing a death penalty qualified jury not to return a death sentence.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, certainly now we have the 7 counts that he's facing, and we'll see how the court case of what has been a very political story, how that now plays out. Nima Rahmani, it's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
Of course, Chris. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
We now know the charges against Charlie Kirk's alleged killer, as well as the key evidence against him and the death sentence he could face if convicted. We also heard him speak during his video conference court hearing late today.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson.
Well, the 22-year-old said nothing more. He showed no emotion and little outward expression as the charges were read. Aggravated murder, felony discharge.
Thank you so much, Aquarian. I appreciate that so much. Appreciate the support more than you know. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to show a little bit of this here. And then I have something else Candace Owens put out again last night that I wanted to review with you guys. And it's kind of interesting. I'll show you.
Charge of a firearm, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and the commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. The aggrieved murder charge is a capital offense, as trial judge Tony Graff explained.
The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty or pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years.
Well, the judge appointed an attorney to represent Robinson. He also granted a pretrial protective order for Charlie Kirk's widow and set the next court date for the 29th. It capped a day that began with prosecutors sharing new information on the case, including a series of text messages between Robinson and his roommate, who, according to court documents, is transitioning from male to female, and authorities say they are also romantically involved. Now, prosecutors say these messages were sent after the shooting on September 10th. Quoting now, "Drop what you're doing, look under my keyboard." Authorities say his partner found a note that Robinson had left, and it read, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." More text messages now in response to that note. Prosecutors referred to the partner as the roommate. The roommate said, "What? You're joking, right? Robinson, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." Robinson's roommate, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson, "I am. I'm sorry." The roommate, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Roommate, "Why?" Robinson, "Why did I do it?" Roommate, "Yeah." Robinson, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." And then later, prosecutors say Robinson's partner asked, quote, "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson, according to prosecutors, later wrote, "Delete this exchange," adding later, Robinson, "Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent." A lot to get to in the hour ahead. Starting us off tonight, CNN senior national correspondent Ed Lavandera is at the UVU campus in Orem, Utah.
Thanks, Eddie. So we all know what we've seen there. And for those of you that didn't know this, you know that the first guy that they detained, the old guy, I think he's in his 70s. Do you know the reason why he stated he did it? They told him he did it so they could detain him. He said that the reason why he did this was so that the actual shooter could have time to get away. There are too many crazy people out here. I don't know if you guys heard or knew that. Are you there, Mama Bear, still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Had you heard that at all? Because that's insane. Like this old 70-some-year-old man said, yeah, I said that just so that he could have time to get away. What?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It's like, what the hell is wrong with you, guy? Murder is murder, folks. Okay, I don't understand why people aren't getting this.
I don't understand why people think they need to murder somebody for a difference of opinion.
That's what I mean. Like it's. Hey, Kelly, good to see you, sis. You can disagree about so many things in life, and guess what? Life moves on. Okay, it goes on just like it did.
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of this guy's talking about, he had to do this because of the hate. Do you realize how much hate is involved in murdering somebody? You're no different than this person if that's what you believe.
Right.
Yeah, and yeah. So moving on, this old man, once they detained him, they went through all his stuff to make sure he really wasn't the guy. Well, I guess they got to kill two birds with one stone because the guy's phone was overflowing with child pornography all over his phone. Like, what in the actual hell? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with people these days, folks? The entire world is just brewing, and these people are popping out like daisies. I'm just saying. It's not. I mean, I'm glad that they're popping up out of the, so they can be locked down. But like, Jesus God, a 70-year-old man. Yeah, I hope he does get that charge on top of the pornography charges he's got and everything else. It's insane. So I'm gonna draw attention to me, so this guy can get away because he murdered somebody. You sick freak!
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And every other day we see something new like this kind of shit. It's nuts. I thought it was because he had an RO. Well, I mean, this is what I've been told. I don't, from what I saw in the news, they said they found all that. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll say allegedly. Like SRB said it. Allegedly. Crazy peeps. Crazy. Generational, right? Just saying. All right, guys, let's see what Miss Candace had to say about this last evening. And we all know who Candace Owens is. She's very well read, very outspoken, and she was very close with Charlie, so she's not been easy on people with this, which I don't blame her, Just saying. Check it out.
It's going to be a heck of a Tuesday for us, guys. Where should we begin? I'll tell you this. Something is not right. Something is not right. And I am going to need you, whoever it is that's listening to this podcast right now, to wake up. Because I am telling you, this is not a battle between left and right. We all thought that at some point. We believed that. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. It is not a battle between Russia, Ukraine. I don't care what your political issue of the day is. What is happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness. What do I have for you guys today? Okay, well, first and foremost, the indictment against Tyler Robinson was just released, and I have a lot of questions that I think need to be answered regarding his trans boyfriend, Lance Twiggs. Well, I just spoke to a family member who told me a lot about Lance Twiggs because the media is kind of presenting him as this do-gooder. You might be interested to know that his family has a different perspective. Also, Turning Point employees are contacting me. A lot of
Yeah, we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's long, but I'm going to skip through certain parts of it that are very interesting.
them, okay? And I am not liking what I am hearing from them about things that took place leading up to that Hamptons event, some changes at the organization in the months leading up to that event, and what had been happening more broadly at the company over the last year. Speaking of which, Bill Ackman, you may have caught that he responded to me about the Hamptons with a lot of words to really say nothing at all. And I want to be clear, I am not done, okay? I'm coming for everybody. Charlie Kirk's death is really just a beginning. So welcome back. Let's start with some major updates regarding the Charlie Kirk case. First and foremost, what always stood out to us about this shooting was decoy boy, right? We're all on social media. We all watch the news. We have all, whether we wanted to or not, witnessed, thanks to social media and the news, a lot of shootings, whether it's gang related or otherwise. And I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one, never in my entire life have I seen a situation when a shooting happens and then somebody completely unrelated to the shooting that just happened jumps up and down and says that they did it and gets arrested for saying that they did it, implying that they did it. Well, for whatever reason, George Zinn, who is a 71-year-old man, was moved to do that, right? Instantly. Charlie Kirk gets shot. Suddenly, the 71-year-old man jumps up and creates what is obviously some sort of a distraction. Okay, we have eyes, we can see that. That's not normal. He creates a distraction. So let's just take a look at this clip of him being arrested in the aftermath of the shooting. Well, now it's about to get even stranger because since he's been arrested, he's now facing charges of obstruction of justice because he didn't do it, right? Why would you do that? Why would you obstruct justice in this manner? And now, in addition to those charges, we learn that he's been harboring images of child abuse, okay? He has kiddie porn. This is the headline. I can't make this up. Man arrested for allegedly faking confession to Charlie Kirk's killing. George Zinn, accused of obstructing justice, was also booked in connection with images on his cell phone related to child abuse, okay? So we learn from this article that after being arrested, the 71-year-old man for this second-degree felony, which is obstruction of justice.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, I'm with Eddie on this one. This guy, I don't care if he's 77 or not, you need to throw the book at him 3 times. Not just once, but 3 times. I don't care how old he is. I don't care if the guy's sick. Obviously, he's sick, but like, you know what I'm saying, okay? Because, no, you obstructed a murder investigation, and then not to mention you're this sick freak that does this other shit. So, yeah, I think they absolutely need to 100% throw 5 books at this guy, not 3. Just saying. Every absolute charge he can get, he needs 100%, in my opinion.
He was also, when the police had approached him, he was being weird about giving them his cell phone. Okay. So they took him into custody. They treated him for a medical condition. And then they start asking this guy questions about, what are you doing? Can we see your cell phone? And he's being really cagey about giving over his cell phone. They're like, okay, we're trying to get to the bottom of why you would stand up and scream, shoot me, immediately following the aftermath of this murder. Okay. And what they discover is that when asked by an officer, okay, after they figure out that he's not being cooperative, is that he has images.
Agreed.
Images of kiddie porn. There's no other way to say this, of related to child abuse on his cell phone. Now, what does that tell you about this guy? Okay. What does it tell you about George Zinn? What that signals to me about George Zinn is that I've read a lot about Jeffrey Epstein. I've read a lot about blackmail operations. The people they tend to go after are people who are into children. Full stop. Now, I'm not saying, I obviously, he's just been charged here, so I guess
Welcome,
that's
Carolyn.
allegedly, but that's what's coming out now, that they found images on his cell phone. So this guy who is into this sort of thing, we also figure out that in the past, he has given interviews related to September 11th and Al-Qaeda. He is in Utah and he is obstructing justice. And he also happens to have this totally disgusting addiction of some description I'm assuming it's an addiction, and that's what he's harboring. He's harboring child abuse images on his phone. That's what I'm going to tell you. That's my instinct immediately. I don't like this guy. That is suspect. Okay. Something to watch. Now, in terms of this indictment, now that we can formally read the indictment, there's been a lot that's been said that I think a lot of the miscommunication is perhaps coming from Governor Cox. I think he, in and of himself, I probably should look into Governor Cox. I'm not sure why he said some things that are apparently untrue. Maybe he misspoke. I understand there's a lot of pressure when it comes to this investigation. But let's just take us through this indictment. I think it's important for us to go through it so that we can see the setup here of what took place on September 10th. Now, first, they provide basically an overview in this indictment. It's a probable cause statement. They tell us that basically after 33 hours, they really love saying it, 33 hours. I don't know why they keep signaling that to us. On September 11, 2025, when Tyler James Robinson surrendered to police at Washington County Sheriff's Office. That was when it happened. They found DNA consistent with Robinson on the rifle trigger. After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robinson hid the gun. They're going to get into that. Discarded the clothing that he was wearing when he fired the rifle, and he told his lover/roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not to speak with police. And also, they will be charging him count 6 because children were present at the time of the shooting. Okay. Now, to get through this, we are told that the suspect, after this shooting took place, that there was a police officer who immediately looked upward and realized that he had heard the sign of a rifle, knew that it was obviously coming from the rooftops. They then began crawling through the footage to see what had happened. They tell us that this discovery led to an intensive review. Let me go actually back up to this paragraph. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera that was covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual that was dressed in dark clothing who had crossed the railing from the public walkway and dropped onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Now, just to very quickly, I'm going to just tell you, according to our timeline, we know that Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. So they're now telling us that he was on that roof since 12:15 p.m. So he's setting up that shot, we can assume, for about 8 minutes. Okay. It goes on, although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area that the officer had recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and then ran across the roof to the northeast. So nothing in here implies that he had, taken apart the shotgun. That just seems to be now removed from the narrative altogether. It goes on to read that this discovery led to an intensive review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following: that at approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect had entered campus from the north. He is wearing a black shirt with an American flag in its center, a dark baseball cap, large sunglasses. Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railing off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is they've only sent us screenshots, right? We've only seen a picture of him coming up the staircase. It looked to me like both his legs were bending. I don't see why they don't just release. Why don't they just release this fully so we can make sure that this is the same person that we see walking across with a limp, right? That footage, which was provided by TMZ. Also, you will notice that nowhere in this indictment as we go on are they going to mention which Governor Cox spoke about. Like, first, he came in a different outfit. Remember, Governor Cox said he was wearing the light shorts and maroon shirt. The implication here being that maybe he came to come scout things, to check things out. At first, this is him. but then he comes back in the black outfit. This is missing from the indictment, and I'm wondering why. What is the explanation for that? That would be a part of it if you were scouting the shooting. Now they're just like, let's jump into the guy that is wearing black, and we're not going to give you footage. We're going to tell you that this is him, and you can assume that he slowly walked up this staircase and was obscuring his face from view. Okay. Then it tells us that a camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof. He gets into the shooting position, and then immediately after the shot was fired, we know that he runs across carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down the roof. He appears to drop the item that he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of the campus. It tells us that's how they then expand their crime scene investigation. They followed his escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. So again, there was no disassembly. It's wrapped in a towel. Presumably, that's how he covered it while he was running. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting. There were no shell casings that were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired, okay? Then they tell us what was actually inscribed. And these are essentially memes. Hey, fascist, catch, says one on one cartridge. You've got notices bulge. What's this on another cartridge? Oh, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, chow, chow on a third cartridge. And on the fourth cartridge, it reads, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. Okay, they detailed that. The rifle, the ammunition rounds, and the towel were then sent for forensic processing, and that the DNA was consistent with Robinson that was found on the trigger and other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, and 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges and the towel. Okay, they were able to immediately locate the shooter. They were unable, to immediately locate the shooter. So that's when they published the photos of the shooter from their surveillance, and they asked for the public's help. Now we're going to get a little bit more of a narrative change, right? They tell us that as they continued their investigation on September 11th, Tyler James Robinson then walked in to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and he is accompanied by his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Okay. Now, again, he didn't confess yet, but he's here to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police, that on September 11th, the day after the shooting, she saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought that the shooter looked like her son. She then called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick, and that he had also been homesick on yesterday, September 10th, when the shooting occurred. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. So she's calling her husband and she's going, hey, this kind of looks like our son. And then his father agrees that looks like their son. So Robinson's mother explained to the officers that over the last year or so, Robinson had become increasingly more political. He had started to lean more left. He was becoming more pro-gay and more trans-right oriented, that Robinson began to date his roommate, which is a biological male who was transitioning genders. We're going to get to him in a second. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding this event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him that surveillance image of a suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that the police had suspected the shooter had used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. And as a result, he then contacts his son and asks him to send a photo of the rifle that was gifted to him. Robinson did not respond to that. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Tyler at that moment, and Tyler implied that he planned to take his own life. Now, his parents were then able to convince him to meet at their home, not to do that. And as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied is the word they use here, that he was the shooter and stated that he could not go to jail and that he just wanted to end things. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much evil and that this guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning
What's up, Miss Cammy? Good to see you, sis.
himself in, and they convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who happens to be a retired deputy sheriff. And at Robinson's father's request, the family friend met the fact that only Tyler could have been.
All right, so I'm going to skip through some of this because a lot of this stuff we already know.
Arrested, because it's a different perspective when it comes to Tyler's trans boyfriend, okay? Tyler's trans boyfriend's name is Lance Twiggs, and they are very shocked. In fact, the people that are intimately involved in the situation are saying, we thought he was definitely going to get charged because apparently, and again, I'm going to say this, allegedly, he had been arrested or taken in on the same day. Now, the media narrative is that that guy was being really cooperative. He had nothing to do with anything. Okay, we're going to go through that. And again, I'm going to tell you what his family is saying. I'm referring now to Lance Twiggs. Let's get to what the indictment tells us about him. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that he had received messages from Tyler Robinson about the shooting, and he provided those messages to police. And then it goes on, describing those messages. On September 10th, 2025, oh, wait, they're not telling us the time. I don't like that. I hope that's just you forgot, but I need to know exactly when you're saying these messages were sent, okay? Because I need to fit them into my timeline, okay? Clearly, on the basis of what I'm about to read, these messages had to have gone out after Charlie Kirk was shot. If I'm using my context clues, my Blues clues to put things together, but they're not clear here. They just say on September 10th, 2025, no time given, the roommate received a text message from Robinson, which said, quote, drop what you are doing and look under my keyboard. The roommate, Lance, then looks under his keyboard and I worry about Prince. All right.
Around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above, if you look really closely.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're cherry picking certain exchanges. So that my dad is super MAGA just comes out of nowhere because they picked it from a totally different part of the conversation.
Yeah, these messages are clearly doctored, is what I would say. They're doctored. Now, they could decide why they're doing that. Tyler's being forthcoming. We're protecting him in some capacity. I find that to be unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. I want every single text message. I want timestamps. It is conspicuous that you are not telling us when this was sent, because it sounds like it's when the campus is on lockdown and he's got to go back and he's got to clean up. And then all of a sudden we're in the next day when his dad is getting clued in after the picture's been released. They're not telling us that. Okay. And you have a right to be a little bit uncomfortable about that, because I'm a lot of bit uncomfortable about that. We need full answers. Further to that point, I have found this strange from the beginning that for whatever reason, we're not hearing too much about this Lance guy other than like he's been extremely cooperative. He's handed over his messages. I'm not implying that Lance was involved. I am implying that it's weird that we're not hearing more about him, right? You're telling me he lived with the guy. You're telling us now that he's been texting with the guy about his plans. They're in love. Is nobody interested in learning more about this character?
Yeah, and I've seen multiple people. I think Harsh even approached this either last night or this morning. A lot of people don't believe these text messages are real. And I don't know how to take this. Okay, I'm curious as all hell. There's been a lot of questions brought forth on this situation since it went down about governmental involvement, all sorts of stuff like that. You know how that goes. And now they're saying that these were doctored. They were, I guess, people are feeling like these were created to fit a narrative, that kind of shit. We've been through this, guys. We know how this works. I'm not telling you if I think I believe it or not. I don't know, because this is brand new. This is new. You have to look at things for a while to kind of get a good feel for stuff, in my opinion. That's okay. See, this is I love you, KP. Thank you for drawing this out of me because this is my point on this. They are so nonchalant. One part of the conversation where the roommate says, "Please tell me this wasn't you." There was no what the fuck did you do, or what are you serious? Like, I can't believe you said this. Blah 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 blah, so on and so forth. None of that shit said. So it seems like I would imagine if somebody sent me a message and said they just killed somebody, I would be reacting a lot different. So yeah, KP, I have to agree with you on that. And it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if that could be a possibility. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying for sure. Please don't take it as a fact, guys, because we don't know. Okay, we don't know. End of story. Maybe it will come out the more that we look into this. There's a lot of things going on with this right now. Kash Patel is doing some testimony and some things like this and that and everything else. All righty then. Take care, Mama Bear. Thanks for joining me. So there are some things that make me question things. And like I said, I guess we'll see. But it is interesting at the very least.
Okay, so Tyler's people are saying Tyler's a good kid. People around Tyler, classmates, are telling me he's a good kid. So I go into our tips box, and it turns out that actually Lance Twiggs' family has tried to reach out to me over the weekend. Obviously, I was in a very aggrieved state, and I was not prepared to even accept that Charlie Kirk was not on this earth, okay? And I realized that they're saying to me, like, you know, we want to speak with you, and there's more than one family member that has reached out because we trust you, and we don't trust the media. Good.
And I know Candace is doing this because she's pissed. I don't think she believes wholeheartedly that they're on the up and up with this. That's why I've been following her on what she's saying on this. I don't think she thinks this is on the up and up. I think she thinks there's something crazy going on. She says it in the beginning of this, and that's kind of why we're watching this. Just saying, and there's a lot of people that are covering this that are saying the same things. You know, it's not a normal thing to be a conspiracy theorist, guys. That's part of YouTube. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's becoming a more and more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like regular scenario for things to not be right in the background is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And she does. I don't blame her. The questions she's asking, I think, are the same questions we've all asked. You know, we looked at the videos on the shooting itself because people questioned that because of the entry exit type stuff and all that. You know, nowadays, I guess that's the way it has to be. You can't trust anything anymore. There's the problem. So again, in a sense, I don't blame her for asking these questions because I think every one of us is asking the same damn questions, especially with the text messages, the weird shit. The fact that the roommate wasn't actually arrested, the old man that was arrested. There was another guy that was stopped and detained and questioned wearing the same type clothing. Like, what the hell's going on for sure? And then we're getting them. They're doing stupid shit like putting on photographs in AI. And I'm looking at these photographs, these side-by-sides going, what the fuck? That's not the same person. I'm so pissed off that they're using AI for this kind of shit. You can't do that. If you want to create avatars and cartoon characters out of people and do this, that's fine. That's great. When somebody's been murdered, you don't use AI to find the suspect, folks. It's just stupid. I'm sorry, because people are going to get confused. That does not look like the person. And things like that can't be done. You can't be done. Same with Brian Koberger. There's creators out there that are using AI and putting out versions of Brian Koberger that aren't Brian Koberger. Stop doing it. It's ridiculous. And that's been facts, Eddie. That's all there is to it. 100%. Power versus people. I'm putting it on a t-shirt, folks. 100%. Power versus people. That's where we're at in the world now. It's going to be in the merch shop here real soon. Power versus people. Right there on the front of my shirt. That's all it's going to say. It's power versus people, because that's where we're at now. And I 100% believe that. They have turned just questioning a mainstream narrative as conspiracy. Yes, 100%. 100%. Yes, I agree with you, KP, 1,000,000%. Hemisphere, what's up, brother? Good to see you. And that's the thing, is we have every right. This is America, folks, whether they want to, you know, everybody wants to believe it or not. This is still America. We have the right to question any fucking thing we want to. End of story.
By me. They are, it sounds to me, a very good family. They're absolutely horrified by what has happened. And they are similarly perplexed by there not being more out there about the person he was living with, especially because what they told me, and I can tell you this exclusively, is that the house that Tyler Robinson was living in with Lance is owned by them. Tyler Robinson is paying rent to them. Okay. So they know Lance, obviously, and I'm going to cushion this with allegedly. It isn't allegedly that this is his family members telling me these details, but it is definitely, allegedly what they say until we can hear both sides. Okay. I'm going to pull this up because I took notes regarding Lance because I want to know everything. Okay. Lance, they told us, went to live with his relatives, so no longer in the house with his mother and father. Again, allegedly. His parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time when they kicked him out, that wasn't exactly what they are saying legal for them to have done that. But again,
that's another thing right there, too, that the last 24 just stated is factual, folks. And it's a problem. It's making what we do, for one, but law enforcement, the judicial process, all these things harder. We don't need any more work to do what we have to do out here. Law enforcement doesn't need any more work, okay? To understand these cases, there doesn't need to be another leap and bound to get over. But, it's causing false arrest, like it says. More and more every day because improper facial recognition. It's a problem, guys. This is a problem. This AI shit, and I told you guys when it started, it makes me nervous. I don't like it. They need to back this shit down. It does not need to be involved in this kind of shit. That's going to cause so many problems now. Period. It just needs this. It's pissing me off. Well, that's all I can say.
Again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say that he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking. That Christmas, approximately 3 years ago, he almost overdosed. He drank a bottle of vodka. They are telling me that they were there. They were present for this. And fear began to spread about whether or not even the family would be able to take care of him because of issues that he was having. Okay, he graduates high school and then essentially the extended family says, we can't keep you in our home because of his behavior. Just this past Easter Sunday, they are.
And another issue too, I think truly with this one is they need to look into this Twig guy. Truly, in my opinion. What are the odds, folks, that the Twig guy, the roommate, the partner, and this is just a absolute speculation, 100% alleged. What if he's the one that wanted this done? Okay, and he's the one that put, Robinson up to doing this, manipulation tactics. We don't know how that goes. For different reasons, he didn't like Charlie for his reasons, which we know could be, many different things. And at that point, what if he put him up to that? He planned this with him, so on and so forth, and then step back and let his partner do all the work, and boom. So, just saying. Give me a quick second here. There's a lot of things going down, folks. So, give me a quick second here. Breaking news. And as much as I hate this, I'm going to have to go with this. It's the only thing I can find on it right now. I guess there's a bomb threat at the Turning Point headquarters.
Respond. We are at crazy things that are happening around the country. By the way, the person that ran their vehicle into the FBI gate overnight, he has been caught. That has broken in the last 30 minutes too. That wackadoodle. It is Wackadoodle Wednesday.
Yeah, there was somebody that ran the FBI gates to try to get through there. Now this.
What in the heck is going on here? So let me get some information to try to find out what's happening here. This is outside Turning Point USA's headquarters, which over the weekend
Oh, Annie, it was his partner, the boyfriend that did that over Christmas.
massive memorial has grown. They've people.
This is going on right now, and then we got the FBI gate crash. We have that Charlie Kirk's memorial was vandalized. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit going on. As much as I can't stand using JLR, he's the only one I can find that's running this right now. I will look for it still.
People keep going, paying respect, laying flowers, cards, balloons, pictures. People there just just seeing everything, and it's becoming a site where people that are in support of Charlie Kirk go. I have seen some skirmishes, a little bit opposition there, a little bit, going around there. It seems like the majority of the crowd would drown them out, but they pushed everyone back from the area today. So you don't see people in front of this location. So we're going to get an understanding. So according to the Daily Mail put out an article, bomb squad rushed to...
Hang on, you guys.
Turning Point USA's Phoenix headquarters as city prepares to host the Charlie Kirk funeral. A bomb squad rushed to Turning Point USA's headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona after a suspicious package was left outside. They're going to know who did this. I mean, if it is actually a bomb. The mysterious bag was spotted.
So that background noise is I think they have a chopper making that noise. I'm trying to get rid of it. Hold on. There we go. So this is what's going on at this point too. The foreign angle on this is weighing a hell of a lot more than it was. They're starting to break that down a little bit deeper than they were. Yeah, there's a lot going on with this, you guys, a lot. And then, we have this.
Local law enforcement officials in Utah had other political sessions. Congratulations.
That there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So
for those of you that don't know this, there's a chat room that Robinson was involved in, multiple people, that they're investigating all of these people for this situation as well. And I truly believe that there's definitely more. It was, Trish. That's what the noise was. It was really, I feel like there is a group, possibly a group of people that are involved in this. And he was the fall guy for that. The one that did what he did, the hands-on person, so on and so forth. And then we got this part of this hearing.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, before you joined the FBI, you railed against it for covering up Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking ring. Let me refresh your memory with...
I don't know if you guys saw this, but check this out.
This clip.
It has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale? Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
So you finished that December 2023 interview with a challenge to the FBI and harsh words for
Whoops.
Republicans in Congress for not getting the Epstein files out to the public. You can see this clip.
Boy pants, and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and FBI director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list. You said Epstein's black book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. Look at this clip.
This is way off the topic, but who has Jeffrey Epstein's
black book?
Black book.
FBI.
But who? That is that I mean, there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
All right, so you were sworn in.
So Patel has it himself and he won't release it because of who's in it. Are you in it? That's my question. Is he in the book? Is somebody he's close to in the book? Because there's the problem. We can't have this problem, okay?
His director more than 200 days ago. Now the black book is under your direct control. So why haven't you released the names of Epstein's co-conspirators in the rape and sex trafficking of young women and girls?
The Rolodex, which is what everybody colloquially refers to as the black book, has been released.
Oh, no, you're talking about what the journalist got 5 years ago? No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what you were talking about there. The black.
I know, guys, we jump from one subject to the next. I'm just, because of what's going down today, this is an issue, I think. It's a big issue.
Black book under the direct control of the FBI director.
We have released more material than anyone else before. The Biden administration, Obama administration had the exact opportunities to release this material, and they never
Good
did.
question, William.
If you are selling the men and women of the FBI,
Why
we're not
do you
going after
change your
child
position?
predators. Hang on, you said we're not going after child predators. 1,500 child predators arrested this year, 35% increase.
I'll reclaim my time.
4,700 child
Mr.
victims
Chairman, I'm going to
found.
reclaim my time if you could instruct the witness. Why have you changed your position? There you were saying it's under the direct control of the FBI director and all of it should be released. Why have you changed your
Everything
position?
that has been lawfully permitted to be released has been released. And as I told you,
Really?
the investigation was limited. And let me make something crystal clear. I never said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic other people, other women, and they're not other victims. This is the investigation we were given from 2006, 7, and 8, and the search warrants from 2006, 7, and 8. That's what we're working with.
Well, wait, have you released all of the stuff that the FBI has seized from Epstein's house? The computers, the emails, the file cabinets, the documents? What about the financial records? Have you released all of that?
Everything the court has allowed us to
Which
release.
court are you talking about?
3 separate federal courts have come in and said,
We're talking about the evidence you've got. It's got nothing to do with what those courts have.
do you have any
We're talking
idea
about the
how the
evidence-
law works?
Wait.
Do you want me to break the law in a federal judge's order?
No, I want you to
satisfy
follow your own
curiosity?
word, Director Patel. You said up there it was under the direct control of the FBI director. He had the black book.
Everything I have direct control over, we have gone to court.
Welcome, Welling.
Complete your
You went
sentence.
to court.
Everything you have direct control over, you said.
100%, Eddie. He is absolutely avoiding the questions, and we all know why. There's got to be an absolute reason, folks, and I don't care. People can say that's not true. That's not bullshit. Look at it. Just watch it. You can see it.
Have gone to court and everything we
Well, I'm going to pin the link if anybody wants to jump up here with us. Since Mama Bear jumped down. Give me a quick second here. Let me find it here. Where'd it go? I posted it in the chat. I'll pin it up here if you want to pop up here and discuss any of this stuff that we're talking about. The Charlie Kirk stuff, this stuff. What the hell did I just do here? Let me try it again. Welcome, Midnight. Good to see you today. Yeah, let's try this again. Oh, there we go. All right, that one is pinned. There we go. All right, and we're good.
We have direct
Director
control
Patel,
over.
complete your
and
sentence.
can
You said
lawfully
everything-
I'd like to
release.
the
We're
gentleman-
releasing.
He'd like to complete his answer.
You began the sentence, everything you have direct control over, and then you stopped that sentence. You've released everything that you have direct control over?
I have direct control over and can lawfully release. If you're not familiar with the court orders, that's not my fault.
Oh, I'm
Go
perfectly,
look at them.
I'm perfectly
to
familiar
court.
with them. But how did we prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell?
She was prosecuted with the investigatory material that was collected from 2001 and 2005 because of the non-prosecution agreements and the court orders on the investigations and search warrants. We were not able to develop new information. And oh, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was out for 12 years and the Obama and Biden administration did nothing to look at his work, his pedophile network. If you want to blame me, that's fine. But now you're blaming the men and women who conducted this
stop
great
that.
search.
I'm not blaming anybody other than you. You're not keeping your word. You said that you would release all of the materials
Has
under your
anyone
direct
released
control.
more information on Epstein than I have? Has
Well,
anyone?
Much
Did
more.
Comey, did Ray?
Much
Did
more.
they?
That's not the answer to what's been asked of him, though. He's completely avoiding it, in my opinion.
Excuse me, much more has come out in the days since the American people and Congress have been demanding it, but it's coming out in dribs and drabs. Why
I have more of these, you guys. Just hang loose. Watch this.
don't you just release the entire file as you promised to do?
I literally just told you, there are multiple federal court orders. I'm not going to break the law to satisfy your curiosity. You didn't join us when we filed court to release the court orders. You could have. You have lawyers. You could have shown up. You didn't do that.
That's
Welcome, Lucci. Thank you for joining us, my dear. All right, I got another one here. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. There's a lot of people digging in on him, I'm telling you, and I can see why to some aspect, to be honest with you. What's up, Cassie, the sassy ma'am?
The gentleman from New York is recognized. Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Patel, does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It's not a complicated question. Does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I didn't say it was a complicated question. I just didn't hear you, so my apologies. We have released where President Trump's name's in the Epstein files and everybody else, and all credible information that we are legally allowed to release has been released.
All right, so let's go
That was not the question.
through that. You're referring to court orders that prohibit you from releasing grand jury testimony under Rule 6E. Is that what you're referring to when you say as the law allows?
That's a piece of it.
Really? What are...
And see, here's the thing. The reason why I haven't like dug into the Epstein thing on here, I very slightly did it, okay? Because I'm waiting. I was waiting to get this whole list of names that comes out and there's people and look at it and just do it all at once. There's nothing. There's nothing coming.
What other evidence do those three court orders you cited prohibit from being released?
Information that was collected pursuant to those search warrants that were limited in fashion.
Wrong. That's not what the court order says, and that's not under 6E.
And you're talking, and I said that's 6E, and I said there was others, and I'm answering that. There are sealed court order documents. There are protective orders.
They are unsealed as part of discovery given to Ghislaine Maxwell. They are no...
All right, so these things are all going on, okay, as we speak. It's kind of crazy. This guy is, in my opinion, avoiding all these specific questions. Just saying. So I'm just showing you little bits and pieces of things that are all going on throughout the day in relation to the Charlie Kirk thing, this thing, so on. There's so much of this shit going on, guys. It's crazy. And there's multiple people that are asking him these questions in this hearing, and nope. It's pretty wild. It is pretty wild. We have a bomb threat that was at the Turning Point headquarters that was put out just a little bit ago. There was a gate crash at the FBI headquarters last night. That's all in relation to the Charlie Kirk situation. So there is that as well. Just showing you little pieces of different things. There's too much of it to show you all of it. You know what I mean? Moving on. And I'll keep up to date on the bomb threat thing just to see if there's anything else happening. Next up, we have hold on a minute. There's a lot of questions in the Charlie Kirk situation I've been seeing. It's kind of crazy. And I know it's very hard to stay away from any kind of political view on this because it always goes in that direction. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I also had another, where'd it go? So remember I told you guys in the beginning of this that I had a story about a serial killer, actual serial killer that was doing what he does for a long time. And at some point, finally got caught. And the way he got caught was kind of interesting. So I figured I wanted to share that with you guys because it was an ongoing case for 45 years. 45 years. And they catch the guy, and this is how they did it. He said, Tiger Fife, good to see you. Oh, I know. I absolutely agree, Tiger Fife, but people don't ever want to talk about it. They get upset about it, and I understand to some aspect why. You know, I just like to point out what's going on so everybody that may not follow any of it. That way they're not surprised by it later on, that's all. There's a lot of shit going on today with all this Patel stuff and everything. So, yeah. It's great to have you here, dear. All right. Let's check this out here. This is interesting, too. Very interesting.
Hey, good morning.
And you guys are going to be impressed at how this goes down, I think.
I'm so sorry. I'm super embarrassed. Yeah. Hi, puppy.
This man is 74-year-old John Arthur Getrew, an elderly homeowner in Hayward, California. What he doesn't know is that he's speaking with an undercover officer closing in on a decades-old secret, and things are about to take an unexpected turn.
I was turning around in your driveway and I accidentally hit your car.
Which one?
The one parked in the driveway. Do you want to maybe take a look to see if we should exchange insurance information?
Take a peek.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. So embarrassing.
Sure, so. Yeah, go ahead. You have your back. Wait in the car. Go ahead, face the car. All right, watch this. We'll talk to you in a minute. Anybody else in the house? No, my wife's at work.
Deputies give John a routine pat-down before he's led to the front seat of a police vehicle.
Take a seat. You want to rest on that seat? You're gonna close the door, make sure the dogs.
Yes.
We'll take care of your dogs. Okay. Yeah.
Though he hasn't been told why he's been arrested.
He don't seem real surprised, though, does he? At all. He just goes along with it, doesn't argue, doesn't say nothing. It's kind of odd to me.
John applauds the deputies for the ruse.
Good line for coming out of the house, get that guy out of the house.
Months earlier, cold case investigators in Santa Clara County reopened a murder case that had remained unsolved for 45 years. DNA from the crime scene was compared to a public database, allowing investigators to trace a family tree and identify John, a husband, father, and former Boy Scout leader, as the primary suspect. Investigators bring him in for questioning, hoping to uncover the truth. Is this devoted husband and father simply the wrong man? Or has his carefully lived life been a cover for something far more sinister? The following is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before.
So I'm Sergeant Cortez, okay? I'll let you know what's going on and why you're here today. Yeah, okay? I'd like to know. Yeah, absolutely, of course. Before I let you know what's going on, I just want to get your personal information. Just confirm your name. Your full name is John Arthur
Getrew.
Getrew?
Getreu.
Okay. Were you ever in the military?
No.
No. Have you ever been arrested in the past?
No.
John shares basic information about his past and childhood, revealing that he was born in Newark, Ohio, and spent the early years of his life moving frequently due to his father's long military.
Here we are, another one from Ohio, guys. Swear to God. There's so many of them from Ohio.
Career. He spent a significant part of his teen years in West Germany, where his family lived on a U.S. military base.
Now, you mentioned that he had never been arrested. And I found out something about that something happened in Germany.
Okay,
Can you tell me about
I
that?
was arrested in Germany.
Okay, what happened with that? Can you tell me about that?
I was accused of murder.
The revelation is especially jarring, given that he's here today on accusations of his involvement in a completely separate murder.
Tell me about what happened. What was the accusation against you?
I killed a chaplain's, or not chaplain, yeah, a chaplain's daughter.
Okay.
And that was all I knew.
Okay. Do you remember what happened?
I did watch it, Annie. Thank you for sending it.
With this young female?
No.
No?
I didn't even know her.
The young girl, 15-year-old Margaret Williams, attended a dance at an American youth club one Saturday night in 1963, when John was just 18 years old. The two were said to have met on the street shortly after, where she agreed to let him walk her home. Her body was discovered the next day on a baseball diamond behind the club. She'd been sexually assaulted and strangled.
You didn't even know her? Why did they arrest you? I mean, if...
Probably the next day.
Okay.
After they found the body, I guess.
Okay. How did they tie you to this body? How did they connect you to this body?
Somebody had seen me, walk that direction or walk towards a school, or
Okay.
it was an elementary school.
Okay. Did you... I mean, I don't know the details of what happened.
I don't know the details either, so.
Okay. Did you actually meet this young lady?
That's what they say.
Though John maintains his innocence, he was found guilty at trial for Margaret's murder, ultimately receiving a sentence of 10 years in a German juvenile prison. Because of his age at the time, he was released after serving roughly 2/3 of his sentence. Then he walked free.
And so you spent actually 6 years in prison?
Something like that.
Wow. And then how, after you were released, what happened?
I just was dropped off at McGuire Air Force Base, and my father picked me up, and that was it.
That was it? You came back to the
Never
United
heard
States?
a word from him. Nothing.
Okay.
After returning to the United States, John moved to California, and in 1975 was once again at the center of a serious crime.
And then at some point, there was another accusation against you about a sexual assault from the Palo Alto Police Department?
Palo Alto Police Department.
Okay.
That's when I was the leader of an Explorer post.
Okay. Can you tell me about what happened there?
Nothing.
Okay.
I
It's
was
just
accused, interviewed, and that was it.
Okay. What's this allegation? I got to ask you.
Yeah.
This allegation that this young girl made against you that you sexually assaulted
Yeah.
her. Did that actually happen?
No, not that not that I know of. And if I was arrested for specifically that, and then not even
Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure you'd know about that. What an answer.
tried, and then nothing's happened. Like I told him, nothing happened.
Yeah.
I never saw her again.
Did you end up serving time for that? Do you remember?
No, I didn't. I didn't serve any time that I know of.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay.
It was so piddly that.
You weren't didn't go to trial or anything like that? Okay.
According to multiple news sources, John was 31 years old when the teenager came forward, claiming he not only assaulted and strangled her, but threatened to kill her if she didn't comply.
Right,
He received
senor.
a 6-month sentence, serving just 30 days on weekends after 5 were suspended.
So I want to tell you a little bit about my investigation, okay? Are you familiar with the with Palo Alto area, Stanford area, the hills in Stanford?
Yeah.
You ever go out there?
I was a scout leader. I traveled all those hills.
Which hills are you talking
Well, we were out in the Bay Half Moon Bay Hills.
Okay.
And I traveled up through there, hiked with the boys.
Did you ever go in the hills, like in the area around Page Mill Road? Page Mill Road, like just west of Stamford?
No.
No, you never went to that area?
No.
Okay. So I'm investigating there's a murder up there in the hills. Would there be any reason that you were ever up in those hills? No?
No.
Leslie Marie Perloff was a 21-year-old Stanford University graduate working as a law clerk at the North County
What's
Law
up, Busy?
Library
Good to
in
see you.
Palo Alto, California.
Welcome,
in
midnight.
1973. Her body was found dumped in the Stanford Dish hiking area. A floral scarf was found tightly knotted around her neck and had been used as a ligature to strangle her to death. It was DNA found beneath her fingernails that led them to John, who at the time worked near the Stanford campus as a security guard.
You ever see this young lady? You know her?
No, who's that?
It's a young lady that investigation I'm doing.
He's lying.
She was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever see her at all?
No.
She look familiar?
Leslie's 1972 orange Chevrolet Nova was found parked at the gate of an old quarry near Old Page Mill Road, just east of where her body was found.
Do you remember ever stopping by the side of the road and looking into this vehicle?
No.
It's an orange Chevy Nova.
No.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the name Leslie Perloff? Leslie Perloff?
No.
No? Okay. She wasn't a girlfriend of yours?
Oh, no.
Okay. I had to ask.
She's cute anyway.
Yeah, very,
That would
very
be
cute.
about, she'd be about 18 years old, I guess.
Okay.
At Stanford, Stanford graduate. Yeah. But that's it. I don't even recognize her.
Curiously, the sergeant hasn't shared with John that Leslie was a Stanford graduate.
Why do you say she's a Stanford graduate?
Well, just by the way she dresses and all in this area,
Sure.
But, I didn't say graduate either. I said, she's a college kid.
Oh, okay. Now this young lady was obviously murdered, like I said. She was strangled.
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever think about doing anything like that?
Nope.
I know that you were accused of a sexual assault, right? Would you ever think about committing a sexual assault?
I have no reason for it.
And I'm going to ask you these tough questions because it's just part of the investigation. When you were younger, did you ever fantasize about sexual assault?
It's what it sounds like by looking at my record.
Yeah. Or killing a young woman? Okay.
No.
In this investigation, if your DNA was on this young lady, why would you think your DNA was on her?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Were you involved in the murder of this young girl?
Nope.
As the sergeant continues to press for answers, John inches closer to a major mistake, not yet aware of what he's about to give away.
You know about DNA and how it's transferred, right?
Yeah. This can be how it's transferred. I can always tell.
Okay, tell me about that.
Yeah, one is semen.
Okay.
One is from the mouth.
Sure.
Yeah. That's the only two that I know of.
Okay.
Now, if there's some that are bodily, other than these two transferred, then it's totally different.
Okay. And about technology now, advances in technology
is getting good.
Yeah, so they're
catching them every day.
Yeah. How do you think your DNA would be on a person?
Don't know.
Don't know?
Watch that.
Especially this person or these two persons.
What two persons?
Well, that you're talking about.
Yeah.
The two young women.
Okay. I showed you a picture of that one young lady.
Yeah. No.
Okay. What's the second young lady?
The one up on the hill.
Okay.
Yeah, there's two different places you're talking about.
Okay. What's one of them's up on the hill?
Yeah.
Okay. And then up on what hill? Well, you mentioned the hill.
You mentioned
I mentioned the hills.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the other one? Because I don't remember another one.
Well, there's the two girls. It's not both the same place.
Yeah, watch. This is awesome.
I mentioned one girl up on the hill.
Yeah, I mean okay, wherever she was, wherever the second girl was.
Oh, okay.
While the sergeant doesn't yet know it, another woman was found in the Palo Alto area in 1974, 1 year after Leslie's body was discovered. 21-year-old Janet Taylor was found dumped along Sandhill Road in the same Stanford Dish hiking area. According to news sources, she'd also been assaulted and strangled to death. The serial killer responsible for the deaths of both Leslie and Janet would escape justice for decades, until now.
I think I'm at a point in my investigation that,
I'm guilty and that's it.
Well, I'm trying, well, there's a couple things, John. Your DNA is on her.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not trying to find out who did it. What I'm trying to find out is why you did it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you know more than you're telling me.
No, I wish I knew.
With John refusing to admit the truth, another investigator joins in the effort to obtain a confession. And the added pressure will soon tear his lies even further apart.
It's not an accident that your DNA got there. Your DNA and the type of DNA and where it is on the victim, there's no other explanation.
Mm-hmm.
You committed this crime. We know you committed this crime. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What we don't know is why. And we're going to give you the opportunity to explain it to us.
You don't have to. I thought about it, and that's all I can think of. No.
No what?
No, I'm not guilty.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now you are.
Okay, fine.
Okay. You had to have known this day was coming.
Yeah, I know that. That's why it took so damn long.
As they
Did you hear what he just said? Like, this guy's a trip. Sorry.
They push harder for the truth about Leslie. John once again lets slip that she wasn't the only one he left in the hills.
So why her?
I don't even know who she is.
This was July 10th of this year, you guys.
That's the first girl, or the one girl that's up on the hill or whatever.
What do you mean the first girl?
Well, it's,
Oh, shit. Hang on. I don't know how that keep doing that. Give me 1 second. Let me fix this real quick. I'll go right back to it. This guy just keeps telling on himself left and right. It was pinned. That is so strange. Hold on. They didn't replace it either. That doesn't make sense. Unless it clicked right after. Okay. There we go. Sorry, you guys. Back to it. It just kills me how this guy tells on himself. And he doesn't even realize what he's doing.
he said there's two people, there's two girls. Unless I misunderstood him. They were killed within probably an hour of each other and 2 hours of each other, or day, or who knows.
Do you remember? How do you remember those details?
Some of the questions he's asked me.
Do you remember seeing any newspaper articles or media about those?
Nobody, but that girl there is not the other one that he showed me.
You see what he's doing?
If that's the girl there with, the other picture, I doubt it.
What's that?
I mean, look at the body.
Mm-hmm.
It could be somebody else. I don't think they're the same one.
Is that why you don't recognize her?
No.
Because that's not the girl that you
I'm
killed?
not questioning. I don't recognize her. I've never seen her.
Do you think it was a different girl that you killed and that's not the one we're
I
showing
didn't
you?
kill any girl.
You didn't kill the girl in Germany?
No. Well, that's total different. That's when I was 18 years old or younger.
In a final confrontation, investigators forced John to face the mounting evidence against him.
There's a situation in Germany where a girl ends up dead and you weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a situation
Here, that was
years later after you came back to the States where a girl ends up dead and you say you weren't there, yet your DNA is there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the chances are of that happening?
I don't know.
What would you do if you were us and you were investigating this case? What would that look like to you?
There's a brick wall.
What do you mean there's a brick wall?
Well, I mean, you found out, you couldn't find out. So
What do you mean I found out and I couldn't find
oh,
out?
nothing. I'm just let it go. I'm.
Well, you understand it's my job not to let things like that go, right?
I'm not. I have nothing to say about it.
It's got to be quite a burden, John.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to put the questioning from here on, unless I'm represented by somebody in the courts.
What do you mean?
A lawyer.
You'd like a lawyer?
I like a lawyer.
Okay. Thanks, John.
After requesting a lawyer, the interrogation came to an end. But justice quickly caught up with 74-year-old John Arthur Getrew, who was arrested and booked into the Santa Clara County Main Jail with a $10 million bond. In January 2019, DNA from the torn crotch of Janet Taylor's underwear was also determined to be a match for John. In September 2021, a jury found him guilty of first-degree murder with infliction of great bodily injury in the killing of 21-year-old Janet Taylor. He was sentenced to 7 years to life in prison, finally putting a serial killer who had escaped justice for decades behind bars for good. In January 2023, he pleaded guilty to the murder of Leslie Perloff and received a second life sentence to be served consecutive with the first. According to multiple news sources, John Getrew died of natural causes on September 22, 2023, at the age of 79. His DNA remains in the state database and will continue to be compared against evidence from unsolved murders in the ongoing effort to close more cases. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help us keep...
So he did 2 years in prison for all of what he did. I mean, it's ridiculous. The guy lived his life pretty much. You know what I mean? It's sad, but it's just hilarious the way the guy was telling on himself left and right. I had to share that with you guys because it kind of was crazy to me. And the fact that it was 45 years old, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So, due to popular request, let's look at something real quick here. Give me a quick second here. One minute. If I can find it. Hold on. Hold on. It's in my downloads, but it's not loading for some reason. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right, I'll start with this one. I'll start with this real quick here. For those of you that aren't familiar with this, I followed this lightly in the background because I've been busy with all this other stuff. But a lot of people are interested in this, so we're going to look at this real quick and then follow up with it as we go.
This is breaking news last night. An off-duty North Andover police.
Now, this came out 2 months ago, so everybody knows this isn't brand new. I just don't want anybody to get confused, all right? But I'll catch you up on it.
Police officer
to comment. We're live in North Andover. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
Last night, an off-duty North Andover police officer was shot by another officer, and tonight new details are emerging. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was diagnosed with postpartum depression in March and had been off the job. Our Michael Rosenfield is live for us in North Andover. He's got the new developments. Michael, how is that officer doing tonight?
Well, Colton, tonight that police officer who was shot is in stable condition, but we don't know exactly what kind of injury she's dealing with. The incident happened right here at her own home here in North Andover last night. 3 North Andover police officers were attempting to serve a restraining order on one of their fellow officers, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Monday evening. They showed up at her home just after 6 p.m.
When one of the officers was escorting Ms. Fitzsimmons during the service of the court order, an armed confrontation took place.
It's unclear what exactly happened, but one of the officers fired their weapon, hitting Fitzsimmons once. She's currently in stable condition.
There are lots of pieces to be put together. There's lots of things that remain unanswered.
The restraining order had been filed by the fiancé of Officer Fitzsimmons, who wrote in court documents, quote, "I strongly believe Ms. Fitzsimmons will cause physical harm and emotional to our child." The fiancé said in court documents that Fitzsimmons hit him on his face Saturday night with a closed fist 3 times. He wrote, "I fear that she will kill the baby at any moment." Court records reveal a troubling several months, that after Fitzsimmons gave birth back in February, police responded to her home in March for, quote, "female having a mental health episode." She was diagnosed with postpartum depression and deemed unsuitable to carry a firearm because she'd been committed to a hospital or institution. 2 weeks ago, she was cleared to return to duty by a medical professional, and her license to carry a firearm was reinstated. But then the alleged violence over the weekend involving her fiancé, followed by Monday night's confrontation with her fellow officers.
Serving restraining orders, court-approved restraining orders, are sometimes some of the most dangerous duties that police officers uncover.
The fiancé has now filed for sole custody of the child, given what happened last night. We did reach out to the officer's family this evening, but they declined to comment. We're live in North Andover. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
All right. Now, hang on. Give me 1 second. This came out 18 hours ago. 1 second, you guys. Oh, no, not that. Now, I'm going to show you this one first, just to kind of bounce you up to where we're at.
Who was shot by fellow members of the force appeared in a courtroom Zoom today as her defense attorney argued that she should be released. He also says investigators are not telling the truth about what happened. WBZ's Beth Romano is live in Salem. And Beth, I know we are also learning more about what happened before this shooting.
Well, it's a case with many layers and now accusations of lies on both sides. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is charged with armed assault to murder in a confrontation with fellow police officers. But her attorneys say there are 2 sides to the story as a judge considers if she is a danger. It's the first time seeing 28-year-old Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Her attorneys in court fighting for her to be let out on bail, calling the case against her a he said, she said situation, not a criminal case, when she allegedly pointed a gun and attempted to shoot a fellow officer inside her North Andover home. Her family there to support her.
We just hope she gets home soon. We don't believe that Kelsey pointed her gun at anyone except herself.
It started June 30th when 3 officers arrived at the home to issue a restraining order that had been taken out by Fitzsimmons' fiancé, worried she could harm their baby born in February and him. Fitzsimmons has admitted to postpartum depression after the birth, voluntarily undergoing a mental health evaluation, according to her attorney, who says the condition is not a permanent one.
This was a transient episode that was brought on by an unimaginable confluence of events for Kelsey. And it's over and it's gone and she's fine. And that's what the court needs to understand.
That June night, attorneys say Fitzsimmons went to a second-floor bedroom to get clothes for her baby who was being removed from the home. One of the 3 officers following her upstairs, who claims she suddenly grabbed her service weapon and fired with an empty chamber.
She racked the gun to load a round into the chamber. When she did that, he fired 1 shot, missed, and fired another shot.
There's no body camera. There was no other officer up there. There's 3 different stories, versions of what exactly was said in the reports before.
Her attorneys say Fitzsimmons, who was shot in the chest, has been slowly recovering and has never been heard in this case, while she's also fighting a custody battle. Former Attorney General Martha Coakley has become a co-defense counsel.
Our real goal is to make sure that she is heard, that the truth comes out about what really happened here, and our client is innocent.
Now, prosecutors say all of this allegedly happened after Fitzsimmons was cleared to return to the force and that she remains a danger to herself and others. Her attorneys say if bail is granted, there is a plan for her release and that these are untested allegations. Reporting live from outside Salem Superior Courthouse, I'm Beth Germano, WBZ News.
Who wants to go first?
I think one of the main things we were interested in is you said something about the wrecking ball to the case. The grand jury only came back with a very less significant charge.
Yes, they initially, the theory of the government's case here was that Kelsey intended to murder a cop, which is outrageous and completely ridiculous of an assertion. And here, thankfully, the Essex County grand jury, and Kelsey's extremely grateful to that body for looking at the case in a realistic way. They found that their appropriate charge here was 1 count of assault with a dangerous weapon, which involves the apparent display of a weapon to cause someone to be placed in fear. A very, very low bar, and that's all they came back with was that 1 charge. And if you look at the sentencing guidelines, she's in a position where she could very likely get a probationary sentence on this if she were guilty of it, which she is not. But the playing field has been radically shaved down. It's just really a totally different case now.
It seems like we're seeing a lot of these cases in recent times with the postpartum. Is she just having some issues that you made the argument today, so she can continue on trying to get some resolve to that?
Yeah, I mean, postpartum depression, one of the most common afflictions that a woman could have, giving birth, having a baby. It's a transient condition. That's the biggest word of the day on that, is that our experts and the Mass General experts recognize that postpartum depression is a transient condition. That's gone. She's fine. She needs her baby back. She's never been heard in a court. The only body that's heard any evidence is the grand jury. And even there was no cross-examination. And they still put the brakes on this. They still said this is at best, as a matter of probable cause, the lowest standard in the law, the lowest hanging fruit, that at best this is an assault. And it's just a completely different case. And like I said, the grand jury took a wrecking ball and destroyed the Commonwealth's case and completely rejected their theory that this was any sort of an attempted murder type scenario. This is a woman who was suffering from an affliction, who, based on words on a piece of paper, had 3 policemen come to her house and take her 5-month-old baby. A woman who's in the grips of postpartum depression, who was just scheduled to go back to work at the police department, was cleared, had her firearms given back, and her whole world was taken away from her because a guy went to the probate court right over there, filled out a piece of paper with full of self-serving allegations, and got her baby. So that's what we're dealing with here.
And
unimaginable.
What do you make of the judge's order today? Obviously, she's going to be able to go home, get out of prison, get out of jail. Is that sort of a step in the right direction?
yes, the case is going in the right direction, and we appreciate Judge McCarthy's attention to the case. You know, I think that she is being extremely cautious with the amount of conditions that she put on the case, but we will endeavor to comply with every condition she wishes, and we're committed. Kelsey is very committed to showing this court, showing the judge that she's fine, that she's in control, that she's not a danger. The only thing that's been aggravating her postpartum is having her baby taken away, being on the receiving end of these self-serving allegations, and then being charged with a heinous crime that ultimately was rejected by the grand jury. So we're now going in the right direction here. We're very optimistic that this case is going to get dealt with in the appropriate way. And for the short term, we respect the judge's ruling. We're happy to get these conditions in place, and we're going to show the court that this is not a problem for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's a cop. She's a CO, former CO. She's not some criminal who needs to be clamped down, and she's going to show that to the court, that she's going to handle these conditions and she's going to do just fine.
When will Kelsey be released to her family?
Well, I think that through some Herculean efforts to get the court to get all these things in place, I think it's going to be tomorrow. So we're going to be very happy about that date.
Well, parents put a lot on the line when the judge had them swearing. Do they want to say anything about their daughter?
This was
Mom
2
and
weeks
Dad
ago, by the way.
Are wonderful, and they have put so much into this, and the families put so much effort into this. And I was just saying to them inside that when you have a great family behind you in court, literally they're behind you in court, that makes my job so much easier to say, Your Honor, look at this great family that's going to step up and make this right. And I think Judge McCarthy would agree that, you know, it makes a huge difference that she can see this family, and they stepped up in every way she asked, and they're going to make sure this is a success. We're not in any way concerned about that.
And there is a hearing coming up on the restraining order. What are you hoping happens there?
So we're going to assess our options on that. We have to look at that hearing in light of this order today.
It was her partner, I believe, so busy. That's how I understood it.
And we haven't made any decisions
I believe so, busy at some point.
yet, but we're going to do everything we can to reunite Kelsey with her baby when we can get the judge here to look at the case anew and figure out that issue. So it's in the works.
And it sounds like you were trying to fight her on that 58A dangerousness finding. Why was that an important
Well, you
step?
know, it's just a step that we felt the judge didn't need to go that far. There are other provisions in the bail statute where someone can agree to terms of release. The court is empowered to make certain terms of release on its own. So we just felt that it wasn't necessary to go to that level of making such a declaration. And we'll have to see where that goes in the future. But we're optimistic that all those issues will be ironed out in the short term. And for now, obviously, we're going to do everything we can to comply with all these provisions.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
All right. And 1 minute. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Where's it at? Come on. Where's my update? I guess. Oh, okay. Here it is. One of them, I should say. Actually, we do have this new. For a minute. All right, guys, this is one of the only ones that I could find this part of it on. I'm going to give you this. This came from a channel called Brother Council. 1 minute. This was released yesterday, by the way. Oh, shoot. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. My apologies. Let's try it again.
Simmons case. And before we get to the update, I just want you all to mark your calendars that for October 7th, that is the next hearing in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. So we will definitely be covering as much as we can of that case and see what happens, see if she is able to get released from jail. And we'll talk about that in just one moment. But just mark your calendars. October 7th is the next date. I don't know exactly what time.
Thanks,
but I'm
Greg.
sure it'll come out. So Kelsey Fitzsimmons, very briefly, was shot in the chest. That's what led up to all of this. The reason she was shot in the chest, and she actually made a recovery from that, is that some police officers showed up at her house to take away her baby. And she was not very thrilled about this. And the question is, what did she do? According to the police who responded, she pointed the gun at them. And therefore, one of them, Officer Noonan, shot her. Now, she did live to tell the story. She went to the hospital. She's in the hospital for over 50 days, something like 53 days, and she suffered some very serious injuries, as you can imagine, by being shot in the chest by a bullet. Now, she herself is a police officer, and at some points she had some issues with postpartum depression, and maybe they took away her gun, put her on leave. But the preferential treatment that normally police officers get, she's not getting any of that. And the question here is, okay, so she was arrested because, maybe she was attempting to murder these police officers, although the grand jury did not indict her on attempted murder. They only indicted her on assault with a dangerous weapon. Okay, so she was arrested either way, and she was arraigned from the hospital bed, and eventually she was granted bond. So she was out, she was on house arrest, and she had to, also one of her release conditions was that she blow into this scram device to test her for alcohol. You have to make sure that she's alcohol free after all. And the question is why? Well, okay, we don't have to get into that because a lot of times you're going to have to just be alcohol free regardless of what the crime is. So she has to blow into this scram device, which is very difficult for her because she has these broken ribs and other types of injuries that are associated with being shot in the chest. Very understandable why someone can have trouble breathing into a machine for extended periods of time with a certain force. So after just a couple of days of having this machine, her attorney did file a motion to modify her release conditions. That's all he did. He asked, and this wasn't a proceeding that was initiated by the probation department saying that she's not being compliant with her release conditions. That's not what happened here. Bradel, her attorney, who's also representing Turtle Boy, by the way. So her attorney, Timothy Bradel, filed this motion just asking the judge, can we modify these release conditions? Have some other way, alternative measures, alternative way for her to test so that she doesn't have to go through this torture of breathing into the scram device. That's all he was asking for. And as a result of that motion hearing, the judge decided to lock her up. Okay, so there's a lot of problems with that. The first problem, most obviously, is that under the statute, which we discussed in our last video, under the statute, the only time a judge is allowed to change the bond conditions or revoke bond is if there has either been a violation of a law, you committed another crime while out on bond, okay, then you got to go back into the slammer. But there's another way, is that if you violated your release conditions. Well, did Kelsey violate her release conditions? And it's very clearly that she did not. The probation office did not initiate these proceedings because she violated it. And in fact, the probation officer himself said in the hearing that he would not consider what she did a violation, because after all, even though she did not get a reading, it was an incomplete test at certain times of the day, but she did eventually complete the testing. And they would not consider this a violation. So nobody here is considering this a violation. And the judge, nevertheless, even though the law requires her to find some sort of violation, decided to revoke her bond. So that, number one, is obviously just at odds with the statute. So there was no basis for her to do it. So Bradel then filed a motion for reconsideration. So this is just, his first motion was just to change, to modify the release conditions, that she should be able to test in some other easier way, like urine. Very simple, easy way without having to breathe. And someone who has broken ribs and other issues with being shot in the chest, like bullet fragments and things like that. So it's very difficult for her to breathe. So just do a urine test. It's very simple. And therefore he filed this motion for reconsideration. Now, one of the issues that the judge had with the initial hearing, his initial motion, was that he didn't attach any medical evidence, because even though it's a non-disputed point that she was shot in the chest, and it's very intuitive and reasonable for anybody to understand, anybody with any sort of life experience to understand that someone has broken ribs is hard. It's hard for them to breathe. Still, the judge wanted medical evidence. And it's not enough that there was observations by the probation officer who was happy to testify about it.
Yeah, this judge is a complete fucking idiot. Just so you know, out of the gate, real quick.
That she did have trouble breathing, that wasn't enough for the judge. And in fact, she also said, well, anyway, the affidavits are hearsay and the email is hearsay. There's an email from the probation officer, and that's also hearsay. So I can't consider that. In fact, she said that she gives that 0 weight. And we're going to see also, which we showed previously, that that's also at odds with the statute. The statute says that at these type of hearings, you don't need to follow the rules of evidence in a criminal trial. For these type of hearings, for revocation hearings, you could even rely on hearsay. So that was, again, another mistake that the judge made. So Timothy Bradel filed a motion for reconsideration, which we went through yesterday in the video. And now we have a supplemental filing to the motion for reconsideration. So let's pull it up. Let's go through it. And let's talk about it. Here we go. Defendant's supplemental exhibit filing on her pending reconsideration motion. Now comes the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and respectfully files the attached doctor's letter from Jonathan Parks, MD, the trauma surgeon that attended to Ms. Fitzsimmons during her stay at Massachusetts General Hospital. In the hearing that...
Welcome, Mayhem. Good to see you today. Stitches, good to see you as well. Thank you guys for joining us.
Preceded the pending reconsideration motion, the court expressed its concerns that it desired medical evidence relative to Ms. Fitzsimmons' condition. Give me a second here. And on the assertion that her broken ribs could impede the deep breathing necessary for the scram device, causing pain and trauma to the defendant. The defense has obtained a letter from her surgeon addressing these concerns and corroborating Ms. Fitzsimmons and her mother's previously filed affidavits, and files a true and accurate copy herewith. There is no request for impoundment, which is why we get to see it and show it to you. Wherefore, the defendant requested an alternative means of alcohol testing be implemented, such as urine testing at Ever Health Systems, a Commonwealth vendor, 10 minutes from defendant's family residence, and that the defendant be returned to her previously allowed terms of release. Now, look at the footnote here. You know how much I love footnotes, and I hope you can read it on the screen. The Supreme Judicial Court has always allowed the use of hearsay at probation revocation hearings. So remember, I showed this to you straight out in the statute. Well, there's also, of course, going to be case law that also agrees with this. And that's what they're showing from this case. Commonwealth versus Durling. See also Commonwealth versus Calvo. Unavailability of witness not required to be shown for admissibility of reliable hearsay. The revocation process should be flexible enough to consider evidence, including letters, affidavits, and other material that would not be admissible in an adversary criminal trial. Similarly, the Supreme Court has sanctioned the use, where appropriate, of the conventional substitutes for live testimony, including affidavits, depositions, and documentary evidence. So what would this letter from the doctor be? It would be considered hearsay. That's right. It would be hearsay, but guess what? It's okay because the law is clear in Massachusetts that for revocation hearings, you are allowed to rely on hearsay. So this is put in the footnote. Some people would argue that you should put it in the body of the motion because this is exactly where the judge got it wrong. One of the errors that the judge made that was clear. And again, on top of that was the major error, which is that there is no basis to revoke her bond because there was no violation. Nobody here considered this a violation. The probation officer did not consider this a violation, and nobody found it. The judge just preemptively decided that she's not going to comply without any violation. Okay. Anyway, so let's take a look at the letter from the doctor. Now, we have to understand just how hospitals work. I'm sure a lot of you do, but when someone goes to the hospital, so a lot of times you first see the registration and then you see a nurse and then you get vitals taken and then maybe get some blood taken and then maybe the ER physician will see you or the resident will see you first and then maybe the attending ER physician will see you and then eventually it works its way up the chain of command and then you eventually get to someone like a trauma surgeon who needs to be called down at that time to do an emergency surgery. So Jonathan Parks, that's who this letter is from, as you see from the top right over here. Jonathan Parks, just a very quick look at what he does. So he's a fellowship program director. He's also surgical critical care, trauma, and acute care surgery. And we have the clinical instructor in surgery at Harvard Medical School. So probably not an easy job to get, to be the clinical instructor of surgery at Harvard Medical School. So this is, a pretty well-acclaimed surgeon. It's not just that they went for the ER physician, which also would have been adequate, or the resident, or the the attending physician, or any nurse. They went to the top. They went to the actual surgeon. All right. To the Honorable Court, dated September 15th. I was the trauma surgeon on call when Ms. Fitzsimmons was admitted to Massachusetts General Hospital with multiple gunshot-related injuries. Her documented injuries included gunshot wound to the right hemothorax with retained bullet fragments in the right upper back, moderate right hemothorax requiring chest tube placement, right middle and lower lobe pulmonary contusions with active bleeding, grade 4 hepatic trauma with active bleeding from the right hepatic lobe, comminuted right posterior 12th rib fracture, and right anterior 11th rib fracture at the costochondral junction. Her treatment course included multiple procedures, including chest tube placement, percutaneous drainage of a hepatic collection, and ERCP with biliary stent placement. So basically a short way of saying, yeah, she was really messed up as a result of being shot in the chest. All these issues, chest tube placement, contusions, active bleeding, rib fractures. Okay. In my medical opinion, a fracture of the 12th rib can cause pain that may persist for several months after the injury. The severity and duration of pain following such a fracture vary, and it is difficult to predict how long symptoms will continue in any given patient. Additionally, retained bullet fragments can also cause chronic pain that can be exacerbated by movement such as deep breathing. So here you have a medical opinion saying that yes, these retained bullet fragments as well as a 12th rib fracture can cause pain, which can persist for several months after the injury. And even though, again, he hasn't evaluated her or treated her in the past, since the hospital, it looks like, this is what he's giving his opinion about. So if the judge really wants to nitpick, the judge can say, well, this doctor hasn't seen her recently. He's not giving an opinion that she actively does have these issues breathing. He's just saying that it's possible that she does. And that's not good enough for me. So that may be what we hear from the judge next. And I wouldn't be too surprised. But at least they went to the doctor, went to the top, and you see all the issues that she had. And at this point, it should just be, again, intuitive that she's got obviously issues breathing into the machine. And this is not an attempt at doing anything. She doesn't want to do anything nefarious. She just wants to be able to test in a different way. Do a urine test. It's that simple, judge. Let her do a urine test. Or if you don't let her do a urine test, well, then let her go back to the scram machine. Okay, and then release her. And she'll go through that torture, and that'll be fine. She's happy to do that, then rather than staying in jail. So that is exactly what should happen here, and we'll see what the judge does.
Okay, so that one was released yesterday. And then they're saying here, hold on a minute. An hour ago. Just 1 hour ago. Here you go. Judge asshole strikes again. These judges are killing me. I'm telling you guys.
Another update in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. So as you may be aware by now, if you've been following, Kelsey Fitzsimmons was out on bail and she was under house arrest. She had a GPS ankle monitoring device. But part of the restrictions is that she was required to blow into the scram device multiple times during the day to test for her alcohol. Now, this was very difficult for her to do because, after all, she was shot. In case I didn't make that clear yet. So she has broken ribs and all types of other injuries that she's recovering from after spending about 53 days in the hospital. So her attorney, Tim Bradle, filed a motion with the judge to simply modify the restrictions. Let's not make this so torturous for a presumed innocent individual. Let's make this a little bit more easy and allow her to test some other way. We'll do a urine test, do some other alternative ways to test. So that was the motion. And the judge decided that since it's so torturous for Kelsey to use the scram device, well, we'll just lock her up and that will be less torturous for her. Apparently that was the thinking there. Anyway, so Timothy Bradle filed a motion for reconsideration, and then he submitted a supplemental filing with a medical record or a medical note letter from the treating surgeon who treated Kelsey at Mass General Hospital, and showing in that letter what her conditions were, what her injuries were, and that it's very likely that she is still suffering from broken ribs and difficulty breathing into these type of devices. Well, the judge came out with an order yesterday saying, too bad, I'm not reconsidering the motion, and Kelsey can sit in jail. Await for her trial, apparently. Now,
this judge is like Gall, Hitler, and Bev all thrown together in a blender. It's disgusting.
Let's go through this motion. And as you know, on this channel, I try my hardest not to use profanity. But I got to tell you, this judge is really, really testing me. Also, some parts of this order, quite frankly, reads like a dumped girlfriend. I mean, it's just like she needs a bowl of ice cream immediately. That's what this judge needs, not an opinion in an order on a criminal case. That's not what she needs exactly. So let's go through the motion, and let's go through the order, I should say, and let's see if this makes any sense. All right, here we go. Order on defendant's motion to reconsider imposition of custody and for reinstatement of original terms of release with order for alternative alcohol testing. The defendant...
Yeah, that's a very sad tea time. A lot of us are upset about that for sure. No lie. It's a very sad situation.
And Kelsey Fitzsimmons stands indicted for one count of assault with a dangerous weapon, which that may be the most confusing part of this case. Now, I wasn't in the grand jury. I don't know, grand jury proceedings are very locked down and secretive. Nobody knows what goes on in them. And it's very difficult for me to imagine what happened there, because if what we're hearing, that she pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, and that's why Officer Noonan shot her, well, that's attempted murder. That's not assault with a dangerous weapon. So I don't know how they came back with an indictment on assault with a dangerous weapon. So that's a big question for me. Anyway, moving on. Following 3 hearings in 2 weeks. Can you believe it? 3 hearings in 2 weeks. My gosh. Will you just leave us alone with your filings? Okay. Following 3 hearings in 2 weeks regarding conditions of release pursuant to that statute 58A2B, the case is now before the court on Fitzsimmons' motion to reconsider imposition of custody and for reinstatement of original terms of release with order for alternative alcohol testing. As there is nothing in the motion that was not known to Fitzsimmons and her counsel when this matter was last before the court on September 11th, 2025, there has been no change in circumstances or...
You know something, folks, how easy it would be to do a blood test and how long it takes to get results on a blood test? It's like nothing. This judge is just being a complete and total asshole, period. And maybe I got to wonder if the judge is friends with the partner, boyfriend, fiance, whatever the hell he is. It's disgusting.
Newly discovered information that would warrant revisiting the court's decision pursuant to 58A4. So the judge is saying here, well, you knew about this all before, and therefore pursuant to 58A4, there's no new information. And the statute allows me to revisit rulings regarding bond if there's a change of circumstances or if there's newly discovered information. But you knew all this stuff before, so therefore I can't even change my mind if I wanted to. You're not showing me that there's a change of circumstances. Now, if you look at 58A4, this is where it is, and look at the first part where I highlighted. The hearing may be reopened by the judge at any time before trial or upon a motion of the Commonwealth or the person detained if the judge finds that one, information exists that was not known at the time of the hearing, or that there has been a change in circumstances, and that such information or change in circumstances has a material bearing on the issue of whether there are conditions of release that will reasonably assure the safety of any other person or the community. So the judge is understanding this part of the statute, that when it says the hearing may be reopened by the judge at any time before trial or upon a motion of the Commonwealth or the person detained if the judge finds that information exists that was not known at the time of the hearing, what she's understanding that to mean is that there's information known to the defendant. So if the defendant learns of new information, then that's the reason why we can reopen this. But that's not exactly what this means. Very clearly what this means is that if there's new information, also that the judge can find out. If there's new information that the judge claimed before she didn't know, and now she does know, then that can also warrant a revisit to this, to the bond. But the judge apparently thinks that this is only talking about the defendant. All right, going back to the motion, to the order. As explained before, Fitzsimmons' failure to transparently provide information related to her ability and willingness to abide by the conditions imposed despite 3 lengthy hearings is a manipulation of this court's efforts to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would both allow her to avoid incarceration and reasonably assure the safety of all other persons in the community as required by Section 58A. Thus, the motion is denied. So you are just trying to manipulate me. That's what you're doing. Doesn't it sound like she needs a bowl of ice cream? I mean, and a chick flick. Like, that's what she needs. And she's just...
This, again, is another person that is abusing their power, in my opinion.
Taking it out on Tim Bradel and Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like it's coming out in this hearing, in this order. So remember that this is actually a very important part. The least restrictive conditions, that's actually a requirement. To have least restrictive conditions, I'll show you, because you've got, let's see, is this 58A? I think this is 50 right here. Subject to the least restrictive further condition or combination of conditions that such a judicial officer determines will reasonably assure the appearance of the person, so can't be a flight risk, as required, and the safety of any other person in the community that the person and etc. goes through all these different subsections. So it has to be the least restrictive. And the reason why it has to be least restrictive is because there is a constitutional right here that's implicated. And anytime that you want to take away someone's liberty, you have to use the least restrictive way to do it. So the question that you have to ask yourself is the least restrictive way to ensure the safety, first of all, the appearance of Kelsey. I don't think she's going anywhere. There's no flight risk there. But the safety of any other person, what is the least restrictive way that we can ensure the safety of poor Officer Noonan, who towers over?
Absolutely, Eddie. This judge is, like I said, is a combo of all these ignorant judges I've seen in the past couple years. This is disgusting to me. I'm sorry. Sad and disgusting. This baby needs its mother, and this mother needs her baby, period. That's just all there is to it. This woman, whoever this judge is, I'm sorry, but this woman absolutely is being railroaded, and this judge is disgusting to me. Shame on you.
For her, and is probably 100 pounds over her at least. And the community, you got to be very careful of the community. I mean, look at her rap sheet. I mean, look at her criminal record.
It could be.
Kelsey's got a criminal record up to wazoo, so you got to be very careful. The community has to be very safe from Kelsey, apparently. So the judge feels that, well, this is the least restrictive way is just to lock her up. I mean, that's the only way to ensure the safety of Officer Noonan and the community at large. And that's why she denied it. Now, let's get on to a little bit of our analysis because it really goes off the rails a little bit. So here we go. After the Commonwealth moved to hold Fitzsimmons as dangerous pursuant to 258A, the court concluded following a hearing on August 28th, 2025, that the Commonwealth met its burden as to the dangerousness and that Fitzsimmons' release on personal recognizance alone would not reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required or would endanger the safety of another person, poor Officer I think that's what PO stands for, poor Officer Noonan, or the community. Rather than hold Fitzsimmons in custody, the court sought to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would reasonably assure her appearance and the safety of all the other persons in the community as required. As we just read for you, it's got to be the least restrictive conditions that would assure her appearance and the safety of all the people involved, including P.O. Noonan, poor Officer Noonan. Let's move on. Based on the serious nature of the allegations against her, as well as evidence presented by the Commonwealth about Fitzsimmons' history of aggressive behavior while intoxicated, the court concluded that the condition of remaining alcohol-free and submitting to scram monitoring was necessary to ensure the safety of the community and imposed that as a condition of release. The court imposed a number of other conditions, including GPS monitoring, that Fitzsimmons reside with her mother and stepfather at their home under house arrest, and that she have no contact with the victim, any witnesses, or her child. After a further hearing regarding conditions of release on September 8, 2025, Fitzsimmons was released from custody. Now, something you're not going to see in this opinion at all, which I think is very significant, is the fact that Tim Bradel did submit the psych evaluations for Kelsey, where the doctors have opined that she is not a threat of harm to herself or others. But let's kind of ignore that part now because it's not going to be very helpful for this analysis. Let's move on. In the 3 days that followed, Fitzsimmons requested relief from 2 of the conditions of release to which she had just agreed. You just agreed to this, and now you have the audacity to come back to court and ask for those conditions to be released. First, immediately after the September 8th hearing, defense counsel requested that the GPS condition be lifted so that Fitzsimmons could undergo surgery the next day, September 9, 2025. With no evidence to support the contention that Fitzsimmons could not wear a GPS device during surgery, and based on probation's representation that the GPS device does not always need to be removed for surgery, the court denied this request. So the GPS motion was denied. They didn't attach any medical records that show that she has to have it removed. Okay, so they denied that motion. All right, fine. Okay, motion denied. Let's move on. 2 days later, Fitzsimmons filed an emergency motion for immediate relief from scram order, which sought relief from the court order requiring her to breathe into a scram device because Fitzsimmons was unable to do the testing without experiencing severe abdominal pain and dizziness, and because the breathing necessary to the task is impossible in her condition and impairs the healing of her broken ribs and punctured lung. At a hearing on that motion on September 11th, 2025, counsel argued that it would be cruel and unusual punishment and torture to continue to require Fitzsimmons to comply with the condition of being monitored by scram, but presented no alternative testing options to ensure Fitzsimmons remain alcohol-free. Well, that's not true, is it? We listened to the hearing ourselves. We heard the hearing. Thank you, Jess Machado Show, and whoever else posted it. And we were able to hear that actually, yeah, Tim Bradel did suggest urine testing at that hearing. So this is just blanketly false. Moving on. Faced with counsel's representations that Fitzsimmons could not comply with the scram testing, a condition that was critical to the court's decision to release her on conditions, and in lieu of incarceration, the court vacated its prior order of release and ordered Fitzsimmons held without bail pursuant to whatever the 58A. All right, let's move on. It's not that long, so just stay with me for a moment. In the specific context of persons held pursuant to 58A, the hearing may be reopened by the judge at any time before trial or upon a motion of the Commonwealth or the person detained.
Welcome, Ginger. Miss Denise, good to see you as well.
If the judge finds that, as we just read this statute, information exists that was not known at the time of the hearing, or that there has been a change in circumstances, and that such information or change in circumstances has a material bearing on the issue of whether there are conditions of release that will reasonably assure the safety of any other.
Yeah, Taylor, you must have left because we talked about him.
Person of the community. More broadly, Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 13A5 empowers the judge to reconsider any pretrial motion which has been heard and denied upon a showing of substantial justice. In this case, there's nothing in the motion that was not known to Fitzsimmons when this matter was last before the court on September 11, 2025. And again, this is coming back to her faulty understanding of the statute, that it means that there has to be a new circumstances or something new learned by the defendant, as opposed to the judge. If the judge didn't know about something and you want to bring to the judge's attention, that's what this statute was created for. So the judge is claiming, this was what the judge was arguing and claiming in her order initially why she locked up Kelsey Fitzsimmons and revoked her bail, was because you didn't submit any medical evidence. So the judge is basically, when she claimed that, oh, you didn't submit any medical evidence, I don't know if you're just making this all up or not. So you, judge, you have to be educated. So now That's what Timothy Bradel did in compliance with the statute to say that to the judge, hey, you didn't know about this information before. There's a change of circumstances now. She has a doctor's letter that you asked for. And now this is new information for you, judge. And now that's what the statute was created for. So now that there's new information, we can bring it in front of you, judge, that you didn't know about before. And now that can help you.
From what I understand, Tandy, I don't think so. Not that I have seen anywhere.
Create an alternative to the testing using the Scram device. But for some reason, that analysis is just beyond her. However, Rule 13A5 is not limited to instances where there are allegations of new or additional grounds that could not have been reasonably known when the original motion was filed. Okay. Instead, a judge always has the power to reconsider his or her own decisions during the pendency of a case, yada, yada, yada. Now, part of the reason here, you'll notice also in this opinion, the judge doesn't make any sort of mention to 58B. She sticks with 58A. And you know why? Because 58B is the statute which allows the judge to revoke bond. And in that statute, as we've discussed in previous videos, the statute says that there has to be a violation. There has to be violated a law.
Like he said, the judge needs a bowl of ice cream. I agree with them.
Or that you violated one of the conditions of release, which did not happen in this case. No one said that it happened in this case. She blew sometimes, which was incomplete, but eventually she did get it. So it was complete, and the probation officer himself said that he would not consider that a violation.
Ridiculous.
So the judge cannot use 58B, which is why she stays away from it in this entire opinion. She's sticking with 58A and the provision which says that if there's new information, the judge could on its own.
100% tea time, yes. Yes, I am. Forget about it.
Revisit a ruling, and a judge always can revisit a pretrial ruling, as she's mentioned in this case. So that's why she's using 58A to as a basis for what she's doing here. Ultimately, whether to do so or not is a matter of judicial discretion, and a reviewing court will disturb a judge's decision on a motion only when there has been an abuse of discretion. Fitzsimmons' pending motion asked the court to reconsider its revocation of release and instead impose available alternative alcohol testing by random urine tests as set forth in the attached email provided by probation. That attached email was purportedly sent by Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January at 6:21 p.m. on September 10th, 2025, the day before the hearing on Fitzsimmons' emergency motion for immediate relief from scram order. So we have this email which was purportedly sent by Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January. It's purportedly sent by him. We don't know if it's for sure sent by him. Relief from scram. The email notes that the only alternative to scram testing is urine testing through a vendor called.
Yeah, there's 2 states that I am going to refuse to go on vacation to anytime in the near future or far future. And that would be Idaho and Massachusetts. It's really crazy the shit we see going on in both places.
EverHealth, which would require Fitzsimmons to travel to one of the EverHealth sites to submit to a test. The email concludes by offering to provide more specific information on EverHealth tomorrow morning. So that's what the email said, right? That there's this alternative, there's urine testing, you can go to EverHealth. So this is the probation officer talking. He puts this all in an email. Now, we don't know that this was sent by the probation officer. How do we know that this is reliable hearsay?
The whole point is there's so many other options. This judge, if she had any care in the world for a mother-child relationship, could do blood test, urine test, anything. I'm sure that this woman would do it without fail. She is a law enforcement officer too, folks. Remember that. So, she was a CO. This judge is just being, in my words, an asshole because she can. It's power versus the people, folks. Power versus the people.
Maybe this is Tim Bradel.
By the way, Cassie, if you're still in here, that's the next t-shirt.
Making this stuff up. Maybe he just created an email account that looks like it's from Jeff January. At the hearing on September 11th, the court gave the parties ample opportunity to present their arguments. Mr. January was present and testified under oath. For some reason, rather than bringing the alternative testing option to the court's attention and inquiring about it with Mr. January during his testimony before the court, defense counsel at that time sought only an order completely relieving Fitzsimmons of the condition of release requiring her to submit to scram monitoring. And again, that is absolutely incorrect. That's not what he said. He said, yes, I need to relieve her from scram so she doesn't have to endure the torture. But he did say we can look for alternative testing. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure which hearing you were at. We all heard the hearing. He didn't say no scram device, no testing, and finish. That's what I want you to modify your order. That's not what he said. He said she cannot do the scram. There's alternative testings. He must have said the word alternative 10 times in that hearing. And I didn't go back and listen to it. So you can go back and listen to it and let me know in the comments how many times he said alternative testing in the hearing. But the judge has a different memory. The judge is saying no, for some reason, and again, and she's.
That's exactly what I'm thinking on this too, Eddie, is that this judge is, for some reason, doing this to help the other person. That's somebody else. The judge is doing this to help someone else, in my opinion, truly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Oh, of course. So after 6 surgeries and 58 days in the hospital, she was denied having another surgery because she couldn't wear an ankle monitor. And right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bringing up the point that for some reason, when the probation officer, Mr. January, took the stand, because he did take the stand, Tim Bradle didn't ask him about the alternative testing. Why didn't you ask him while he was on the stand? I gave you the opportunity. You could have done that. Why would you just rely on an email which was purportedly from him? It was only after the hearing, when the requested relief was denied, that defense counsel brought to the court's attention via the pending motion that Fitzsimmons could be tested for alcohol via urine test performed by EverHealth. Well, he didn't say by EverHealth at the hearing. You're right. You got that part, Judge. Good catch. But he did say urine testing. He heard it. I heard it. He said it. Rather than live testimony under oath from Mr. January on September 11th, defense counsel now asked the court to rely on an unverified email. This email is unverified. This is just unverifiable hearsay. You expect me to rely on this email from Mr. January that is purportedly from him, an unverified way that provides little detail about EverHealth and the testing it offers? The motion also implicitly asked the court to modify the conditions of release, placing Fitzsimmons on house arrest except for medical court and attorney visits with 48 hours notice probation, as urine testing would reportedly require her to go to an EverHealth facility with less than 48 hours notice. So that's true, right? We would have to modify the other orders. So you're implicitly asking me to modify the other house arrest order. Yeah, you got it, Judge. Good job. Good pickup. So what's the problem? Is that too difficult also? Is that just asking too much? You want me to modify 2 orders? You want me to go back and change 2 orders now? That's too much for me. First, you're filing these 3 motions in 2 weeks, having 3 hearings in 2 weeks. Who's ever heard of such a crazy thing? And now you want me to modify 2 of my orders? My gosh. What do you think this is? Court? What do you think this is? A criminal defendant who has a presumption of innocence? What do you think this is? Now, look at the footnotes here. You know how much I love footnotes. So here we go. After hearing argument from the parties and testimony from Mr. January, the court asked defense counsel if he had anything else to submit. In response, he sought to admit into evidence a September 8th, 2025 email from Mr. January reporting his observations of Ms. Fitzsimmons during the scram installation, but not the September 10th, 2025 email from Mr. January or live testimony from him about alternative testing. So you did submit one email, which says that Mr. January had observed that Kelsey has trouble breathing into this machine, but you didn't submit at the time the September 10th, 2025 email. Now they saw it. Now the judge saw it in this unverified purported email from Mr.
It wouldn't take very long, nor be an issue, to remove the monitor while she's in the operating room and put it back on after she comes out of surgery. I'm pretty sure that they would do that for anybody else.
January, we have no idea who it's from, really. But he was on the stand. Could have asked him these questions. Before taking a recess to reach a decision, the court once again asked defense counsel if he had anything else to submit, and he responded in the negative. And now she cites the recording, FTR recording, beginning at 12:27 p.m. Oh, that's what you got to focus on, not the other parts of the recording where he asked for alternative testing. Shortly thereafter, defense counsel vaguely suggested, it was too vague. You got to be direct with me. You got to be direct. You can't just vaguely dump me like that. Vaguely suggested that there might be other alternatives that might involve Fitzsimmons leaving the house for urine testing, but never provided the court with the information contained in Mr. January's September 10th email or any other specific information regarding an alternative testing option that would allow the court to assess whether such an alternative option was appropriate in Ms. Fitzsimmons' case. So yeah, you mentioned urine testing, but you didn't give me all the details. You got to give me all the details before, how am I supposed to know about any of this? Your later submissions, that's how I'm supposed to know about this? Give me a break. You suggested alternatives, but you have to give me exactly the roadmap, every single detail, who's going to take her, what time is going to be taken, how long it's going to take, how much urine is going to come out, what she's going to feel like afterwards, what type of pain medication she's going to take after on the way back to what she's going to eat for lunch that day so it's not going to affect. Give me a break. My gosh. But I'm just reading this. I'm just reading this legal analysis from one of the judges there in Massachusetts. Let's go to the next footnote. The court declined to consider September 8th, 2025 email from Mr. January's evidence at the September 11th hearing on grounds that it was hearsay. And Mr. January was at the hearing and available to provide live testimony under oath. While Section 58A provides that the rules concerning the admissibility of evidence in criminal trials shall not apply to the presentation and consideration of information at the hearing, that's exactly what it says. And it does say specifically that hearsay is admissible. It does say that. So she realized she's got to do something about this. For otherwise inadmissible evidence to be admitted at Section 58 hearing, it must be reliable. And there must be good cause for the decision not to present live testimony. You ever heard of form over substance? And this is like the perfect example. Technically, you should have done it this way as opposed to that way. Who cares? We have a criminal. You know what's going on here, Judge? Let's go. Come on. Stop playing these games. Like that's, you have to have the right margins. When you file these things, you have to have the right margins, and the footnotes should be single spaced, not double spaced. And there just happens to be that there's too many words on this footnote according to the rules. You can only allow only a certain amount of footnotes per page. Let's stop it already. Just stop it. Okay, have your ice cream and calm down.
I love this guy. Just stop it already. Forget about it. It's a fugazi. Have some ice cream and shut the hell up.
Good cause can be shown in two ways: by presenting a valid reason for not presenting a live witness, or by showing that the proffered evidence bears substantial indicia of reliability and substantially trustworthy. So, trying to back up the reason why she did not allow it, she gave it no weight, 0 weight. By the way, she said that she gives that 0 weight before the probation officer took the stand. Before she even knew that he was taking the stand, she said she gives that email 0 weight. So that was before, Judge. That was before he took the stand, when you said in open court that you give it no weight. Well, let's move on. The court points out that when it initially outlined conditions of release at the August 28th hearing, the court specifically noted in the context of considering whether it was necessary to require random drug testing, the importance of minimizing the number of times Fitzsimmons was allowed to leave the residence. We had a hearing about this, and the judge is saying that I said, I have to be very careful about Fitzsimmons leaving the house. After all, just because she was shot and she probably doesn't have the strength to hurt anybody, but still we have to be very careful with this very dangerous person who's 5'3" and 110 pounds. Got to be very careful. Officer Noonan is shaking in his boots. He's under the covers.
Tell me this guy's not great, you guys. Come on. Other than the fact that he does read very fast, but he's still hilarious.
So we have to minimize how many times she leaves her house. And this is what came up by the drug testing. After being advised by probation that Fitzsimmons would have to leave the house for drug testing, and because it was alcohol and not drugs that were of concern in Fitzsimmons' case, the court declined to impose drug testing and imposed only alcohol testing via scram device because it could be done from the confines of her home. So this was the reason that the judge is saying that I did not require her to do drug testing, because I didn't want her to leave the house because she's such a danger to the community. I don't want her to leave, and that's why we said, okay, we're not going to do drug testing, and we're going to do alcohol testing, but it has to be from the confines of her house. The court continues to recognize the importance of minimizing the number of times Fitzsimmons is excused from house arrest for the sake of assuring the safety of the community.
Exactly, because the victim and her whole neighborhood are going to be in the operating room while she has surgery. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Tomboy?
Must assure the safety of the community from Kelsey Fitzsimmons. The court also notes that Fitzsimmons has had other opportunities to raise the issue of her inability to comply with scram testing and suggest alternatives. Now the court's saying, yeah, and you know what else? You could have done this before. Why did you wait to break up with me 3 weeks later when you knew you were going to break up with me 2 weeks before? Is that nice? Is that nice of you to do that to me? You could have done this earlier. The court first advised Fitzsimmons that her release was conditioned on being alcohol-free and subject to scram testing at the initial Section 58 hearing on August 28, 2025. So we said that she's going to be subject to scram on August 28, 2025. Oh, by the way, she didn't try to do the scram device quite yet on August 28, 2025. How are you supposed to know how difficult it's going to be? Let's just ignore that part for now. At the hearing, counsel asked questions and sought clarification about other conditions, but not about the scram testing condition. So you didn't ask about this on August 28, 2025, when I imposed that condition, even though it's very difficult for you to know what it's going to feel like unless she actually tries it, which she wasn't able to do at August 28, 2025, right? All right. In addition, on September 8, 2025, Fitzsimmons submitted to the court a medical notice, which the court impounded upon her request. Without revealing sensitive information, that pleading represents that Fitzsimmons has trouble breathing due to injuries sustained from a gunshot wound. So September 8th when there was some sort of medical notice. There was something that was filed that we don't know was impounded that says something about how Fitzsimmons has trouble breathing. Despite this, Fitzsimmons raised no concerns at the September 8th hearing about her injuries interfering with her ability to comply with scram testing. So you didn't mention anything at September 8th. Why did you wait so long? So long. Why did you wait from September 8th all the way to September 11th? I want to know. Why did you wait? I mean, that's an obscene amount of time to wait to bring up this issue again, because maybe you forgot to bring it up at the September 8th hearing.
4 whole days.
It's just ridiculous. You just sit on your hands for 3 full days before bringing this issue up in front of the court. So you had ample opportunity to bring this up in front of the court. How dare you? How dare you wait so long? In sum, there has been no change in circumstances or newly discovered information that would warrant revisiting the court's decision pursuant to 50.
I think in this case he is, but because it's warranted in this case, because the judge is being a complete ass here. Now I don't know if he's like that with everything, but in this sense, he needs to nitpick on this one because it's ridiculous the things that they're saying and doing.
58A4. Now, even though, as you see that footnote there, number 3, so just quickly go down to the footnote. The court acknowledged receipt of defendant's supplemental exhibit filing on her pending reconsideration motion, filed with the court on September 15, 2025. It does not alter the court's decision. That is the medical record. That's the medical record that the judge was so.
I just wish he'd slow down because he's reading stupid fast.
Intent on getting. So that medical record, which the judge said she had no medical evidence, she had no medical evidence about this at all. And but the fact that you showed it to me yesterday, September 5th, the fact that I just learned about this medical record because I claimed ignorance, that I had no idea about how it's hard for her to breathe into this machine. I had no idea. And now that you submitted to me, that doesn't change anything. Why should that change anything? You knew about that. I know, Judge, but you pretended that you didn't know about it.
No, that was him on normal speed. I just backed him down by 1, and he's now talking normal.
So therefore, and you want to just take judicial notice about it, and that no one's contesting in this case that she was shot and that she has all these injuries, but you don't want to take our word for it. So that's why I submitted it to you. So now for you, it should be new information, right? But no, there has been no change in circumstances or newly discovered information that would warrant revisiting the court's decision pursuant to 58A4. Nor has there been a showing that substantial justice requires it. Ordering Fitzsimmons to remain alcohol-free and monitoring for her alcohol use with a scram device was critical to the court's decision to release her on conditions and in lieu of incarceration. Fitzsimmons has had multiple opportunities to advocate for conditions of release with which she could comply and which would satisfy the court's concerns regarding the safety of the community. You had multiple opportunities. You had so many opportunities to advocate.
Well, that's right down the road from me, Miss Denise.
And the fact that you waited so long, I'm not going to satisfy your desires now. Next time, ask for it earlier. Fitzsimmons has had multiple opportunities to advocate for conditions of release with which she can comply and which would satisfy the court's concerns regarding the safety of the community, as evidenced by the dialogue that has taken place between Fitzsimmons, the court, and the probation over the course of the 2 weeks prior to the September 11th hearing. Her failure to transparently provide information related to her ability and willingness to abide by the conditions imposed despite 3 lengthy hearings. It wasn't just three hearings. They were lengthy hearings. And I've got a lot of stuff to do. So if you're going to
I mean, I did a little bit drill up. It wasn't as much as I wanted to, but Lana kind of tamed me down. Otherwise, if I'd have went into it before her, I probably would have said a lot worse things. So it may be a good thing, but I still tore her up a little bit.
tie me up in court with your 3 lengthy hearings, you better say everything that you need to say and not forget anything. Despite 3 lengthy hearings is a manipulation. She feels manipulated of this court's efforts to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would both allow her to avoid incarceration and reasonably assure the safety of all the persons in the community as required by Section 58A. And therefore, she's denying the motion. Now, was there any analysis here about possible other restrictive means? That, I would argue, is required. If you're going to incarcerate someone and take away their liberty after they're already out on bond, I would argue that it's a constitutional requirement for you, in your opinion, to go through other restrictive means, other less restrictive means, and show how each.
That's where my wife got her degrees at too, Denise, and my daughter.
Of the means are not going to get the result of keeping everybody in the community safe. And she didn't do that. All she said is,
yeah, I think he's way faster than Pete, to be honest with you.
Is that we can't have Fitzsimmons out of the house. We just can't do it. We can have her going to test with her parents, driving her there, and only being allowed out of the house for a half hour at a time. We can't do that. Because in that half hour, who knows what can happen? Who knows what type of havoc Kelsey Fitzsimmons can wreak in that half hour when we let her go to do the urine testing. Maybe there's also a way to do urine testing from home. Maybe she can do the urine testing from home and have somebody pick it up. Can we do that? Can the parents take it over to the lab? Or we're not sure that it's going to be from her, so you need to actually have her there. That's possible. But just analyze this. That's what you have to do.
This is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, Siggy.
In the opinion, when you're taking away someone's liberty, I would argue that as a constitutional basis, that's what you have to do. So therefore, because of the danger that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, it's just too dangerous. It's too dangerous to release her to the public right now. I mean, Officer Noonan, who knows what type of anxiety and depression he's going through right now, just thinking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons showing up at his house one day. Who even knows? And the community has to be safe from her because she has a long rap sheet of criminal conduct that she has done against the community. So we have to really protect everybody and lock her up. So again, this is a very difficult decision to go through, a very difficult opinion, very difficult case at this point. And
this guy kills me. His sarcasm is so deep. I love it. Too funny for me. Too funny. Somebody said, another creators out there did a thing, is Kelsey Fitzsimmons judge worse than Bev? You think? Do you think? Good God, this is a mess. It is a mess. So there you go, you guys. Some of you guys had requested that. I had been, like I said, been lightly following it. I just can't. That guy kills me. He's so funny. I can't do it. Can't do it. So, well, of course, most everybody would, especially the ladies. All the ladies love Pete. We know that. It could be. Who knows? It could be. I don't put anything past anything anymore, you guys. I just don't. I just don't. It happens, Annie. It happens. All right, you guys. So let's see what we got here. JS218. He gives me the vibe that he'll talk very fast and rub apart the people on the case. But if I had a chance to be on the case himself, same as the people. I don't know. I don't know, JS. I don't know. Could be. I don't know. I just think the guy's hilarious. Yeah, I know, right? Beware Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's a real threat to community. Yeah, all 110 pounds of her because she, Jesus criminy, she got shot, but she's the one that's, yeah. These people are crazy. That's all there is to it anymore. People are crazy. Crazy. So, end of that. Let's see. Let's get a couple laughs before we get out of here if we can. I think Mama Bear. She did. Mama Bear sent me over two, for those of you that have been here for a while, there's 2 new episodes. I'm only going to do one today of the Burning Bush from Mocking Media. Anybody familiar with that? I've been following that for a while now. Some of it's pretty funny. You guys may not recognize the people that they make fun of on here. I told them, make fun of me too. I'd love to have it. So we'll check it out. You guys might, if you guys know the stories behind it, you might get it. If you don't, you might not. So just let me know. Yeah, I know. She might escape while she's under anesthesia. It's so insane. It's crazy. Idaho, Indiana, and Massachusetts must require you to be asked to be judged. I guess so. All right, let's see what we got here. See if we can laugh a little. And I will be back later on, guys, because that's why I wanted to get this done early today. And I will be back. I think a lot of these Mocking Media things, they relate to the people that were involved in the Sebastian Rogers case, the other creators and so on and so forth. And this makes fun of them and mocks them in a lot of ways. Tyler Robinson case on this. Yes, I am going to JS. I am. I'm going to follow it as much as I can. I did that earlier. Beginning of the show, we did cover that. So, all right, hang on here. I don't know if you caught that. This is definitely like a farce type situation. Read that. I'll pause it for you.
And I feel like truth shining through the screen. Every word that reverberates brings light to what he means. Reverently with its passion, share stories that inspire. He opens up the curtain on a flame that never tires. With every interview, I'm not alone in a world of rising voices. Through the wisdom found in the heart of his devotion, I lifted up to the place of resurrection, 'cause I am not alone.
Hello there. It's so very nice to see all of you again. Life outside of the burning bush has been quite hectic. After all, doing this series doesn't quite pay the bills, if you know what I mean. And just like every other perfectly capable adult with a brain cell out there, I have to work a full-time job and earn my own nut. Now, sure, I could be sitting on my lazy butt all day and grift off of my hard-working subscribers, but unfortunately, I'm healthy, I'm in shape, and I'm perfectly capable of making my own way through life. And as many of us Christians know, the Bible consistently encourages diligence and warns against laziness. Proverbs, in particular, emphasizes the rewards of hard work and the consequences of idleness. For example, Proverbs chapter 14, verse 23 states, "All hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty." You know what? I truly believe that this proverb underscores the importance of hard work and diligence, suggesting that effort yields tangible benefits, which can include not only financial gains, but also wisdom, honor, and a fulfilling life. With that being said, I think we should dive right into today's episode. Now, lately, I've noticed that a few creators here on YouTube have magic powers. Yes, you heard that right. They have magic powers. Forget
Thanks, SRB.
About Harry Potter, Sylvia Brown, Miss Cleo, Kirk Cameron, and Kenneth Copeland. These narcissists with mental illness powers can use their parlor tricks to solve crimes talk to Jesus and get simple people to give them money. Today, we welcome 4 prophets to the show. One of today's prophets can solve crimes with her deck of Pokemon tarot cards. Another one can use her powers to fall asleep on command and ask for money without even asking for it. One of our other prophets sits in his watchtower all day, surrounded by his entourage of plus-size grannies in panties, and receives end-of-the-world revelations from God. Our last prophet, the one that the Aborigines call Daddy Box Braids, can summon the angel of death himself, Samael. So, as you can see, we have a lot to get into, so let's get to it. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's nice to see you.
We would probably send from a video of that. Well, first of all,
That's enough!
Now that's the sound of foreplay.
It sure is.
Stop it!
What do you mean?
What in the hell are you doing?
Just so everybody knows, this is absolutely a mock and a spoof on something. It's not real, so.
Tony wants me to tell you that I was just packing my cigarettes.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that Tony told you to say that?
Nope.
Yes, you did. You just said that Tony told you to say that you were just packing your cigarettes.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. The only person I talk to is my guardian angel, Samael.
Did you say Samael, as in the angel of death? Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's not typically the one that Christians choose as their spirit guide or guardian angel.
We all have spirit guides and we all have guardian angels.
Excuse me?
We just also, like I've said before, have to trust in the signs and the synchronicities.
Take care, Aquarian. We'll see you soon.
That you're receiving.
Signs and synchronicities? What in the Sam hell are you talking about?
I get many, many messages from Elvis Presley.
Wait a minute. Your magic powers allow you to receive messages from Elvis Presley? That's amazing. When I was a young boy, I used to sneak into my batshit crazy grandma's study and secretly read all of her scientific journals about people with magical powers, like you, who talk to Elvis. I think they were called the National Enquirer or something like that. So tell me, how do messages from the king of fatal bowel movements come to you?
Lots of times they come in the way of lyrics.
Oh, like the lyrics in his song, Little Sister. I think the song says, well, I used to pull your pigtails and pinch your turned up nose, but you've been a-growing, and baby, it's been showing from your head down to your toes. Sounds a bit creepy if you ask me. It's not really the kind of magical lyrics that I'd want zapped into my head from the great beyond.
Well, first of all,
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. This stream has been flagged and targeted by local and federal ICE agents. Please stand by to accept a local ICE agent up onto the panel. All hail President John Dis Jesus, and God bless the United States of America.
What in the hell is going on here?
Dude, I think there's like a Fed on your panel.
Who?
It's the deep state, man.
Then tell me, Fingerbangs, who in the hell is the deep state, and what are they doing on my panel?
Look, man, I think it's obvious why they're here. They must have gotten a tip that someone up here on this panel is different and scary and doesn't belong. So I assume that they've sent this ICE agent here to do some sort of an investigation.
So you're saying that some ignorant Cheeto-stained asshat sent another ignorant asshat here because there may be someone here on my panel that doesn't comply with their vision of cracker power and their Christian nationalism?
Well, I don't know about all that, but hot damn, I love me some crackers.
I love me some crackers, too.
Brittany said she likes them as well. That's right, babe, as long as they're keto-friendly.
Everyone, please, let's all just calm down and see what this ICE agent wants. Hello, ICE agent, and thank you so much for abusing your power and inserting yourself onto my panel. If you have an issue with my stream or with one of my guests, I'd be more than happy to assist you. Oh shit, I know that sound.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
God help us all. Hello there, Betty.
Before we get into the reason why I raided your stream, I need some information. If you don't comply, I've been given permission by Führer Jaundice to use excessive force.
Look, Betty, I don't want any trouble, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Perfect. Now I need to know immediately how many of you are boycotting Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel? What in the hell does that have to do with...
Shut the fuck up and answer me. Do you see this jacket that I'm wearing, old man?
Yes.
It says ICE on it. That gives me the power to do whatever I want. Now answer my flippity-doo-dah question.
Fine.
Are any of you boycotting Cracker Barrel? Listen here, you little turds. I've got nothing else going on today. I'll park my ass here all damn day if I have to until I get the answers I need.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, will someone please answer this hillbilly iceberg's question so we can get her the hell out of here?
Look, it's obvious that I love their logs of cheese. Aside from that, I have trouble finding a rocking chair that I can squeeze into. So yes, I will be boycotting them.
I knew I could count on you, my fellow patriot. All right, who's next? Excuse me, ma'am, I didn't quite catch that. Can somebody translate for her?
What my property here is trying to say is that Cracker Barrel didn't send her a skid full of cheese for her birthday this year, so she's going to boycott them as well.
Thank you for your support, ma'am. You're a true patriot. And what about you, sir?
Me?
No, I'm talking to the other dipshit that thinks that he owns a woman. Yes, you.
Look, I've thought really long and hard on this subject, and I've prayed for guidance from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, as well as...
For anybody confused, this channel that puts this out is called Mocking Media. They put out these, whatever you call that, when they're making fun of the situation, okay? And it's a lighthearted way of basically attacking the ignorance and the drama that comes from a lot of these channels. That's all.
The almighty Odin himself. Now, on one hand, I do like myself some Cracker Barrel. They be selling all kinds of cool toys that even my great-great-grandpappy used to play with. Like a stick in a hoop, a big old sack of checkers. And they also have these free toothpicks at the counter that taste like...
That's it. Parody. I was trying to think of the word parody. I can't think. Sorry, guys. Good to see you, Mayhem and Miracles.
Like a mint. It's like a hillbilly toothbrush without all that hard brushing.
Sounds to me like you like Cracker Barrel, and that pisses me off. And what the hell is going on in your background? I keep hearing noises that I haven't heard since I was on my knees behind a Chili's dumpster, just praying to be cleansed.
Them noises are just my Viking Seeking Grannies app going off. Honestly, I just get weak in the knees and can't stop swiping right on these old gals with their pancakes hanging down past their depends.
What in the hell did you just say?
Now, if you'll allow me to continue, I'll share with you what I don't like about Cracker Barrel.
This better be good.
I don't agree with their rebranding. Us conservatives don't like change, and we see Cracker Barrel as a piece of our cultural heritage that must be preserved.
Preach, brother.
Now, as you know, they've been on a steady decline for years, mainly due to all of the old folks that grew up eating there, are now with Jesus, or soon to be on their way to meet him.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
You see, Cracker Barrel is doing this because their numbers suck, and they think a rebrand will help attract newer and younger customers.
No. Fake news.
It's all just insane, man. Don't they know that people like us hate change? So, what do?
I don't know. I'm so scared. What should we do?
Well, we associate it with our current catch-all term for things that we see as bad and say that they're woke.
Wow, that's a great idea.
So, to answer your question, yes, I will be boycotting them as well.
You know, even though that you make no sense because you claim to be a Christian who also worships Odin, and you follow the goofy teachings of Joseph Smith and his imaginary golden tablets, and hell, maybe you even envy Cody Brown and his sister wives, I'm glad that we can at least see eye to eye on the whole boycotting of Cracker Barrel.
I'm actually glad that you rated this stream.
You are?
For sure.
Really?
Definitely.
Why do you say that?
It's nice to meet new people who have the same interests. In fact, You're not at all what I was expecting an ICE agent to look like.
Stop it, you big goof.
If I'm being honest, I must say, you're pretty easy on the eyes.
You better not be messing with me.
I know some women find it rude, but can I ask how old you are?
Sweetie, you can ask me anything. I just turned 65.
Girl, you be aging fine like a box of red wine.
Oh my God, you're so silly.
What can I say? Daddy read about the Great Depression, but now he wants to taste it.
Hold on 1 minute, y'all.
I'm fucking believable.
Oh shit, here we go again. What did I do now?
I cannot with this anymore. I tried.
Whatever, I put in more work into this relationship than you do.
I don't think so. Are you the one that's fucking creeping on me?
Of course I'm creeping on your ass. I don't need you. If I needed your big old white butt, I'd marry you.
That's it. That is it.
I honestly just look at you like my own personal vacuum cleaner. All I really need you to do is suck. And when I'm done with you, I can just throw you back into the closet.
You're fucking done.
No, babe, it's you that's done. You have subs dropping left and right. You can't even separate your half-ass true crime channel from your bullshit drama channel, and people are just getting sick of it.
I don't think so.
And stop playing the damn victim card. This persecution complex is getting old real fast. We all know you like the attention it gets you.
Oh yeah, I love it, right?
Everyone knows that you love it. Tell you what, babe, I think that this ICE agent would make an excellent addition to our home. Just try to think of her as a sister wife. And remember, Joseph Smith said that it's God's will and that you must obey your man.
So, okay, I'll give you what you want. We'll let people come in.
Good. Now shut your mouth and let's get back onto this stream. Just give him some bullshit story as to why we shut off our cams and mics.
Brittany? Dylan? Are you still with us?
Bear with me, I'm here.
What happened? Where did you go?
Go ahead and tell him, babe. I give you permission to speak.
I had to do like a reset on my computer yesterday, so everything is like wonky, but we are good.
The only thing that seems to be a bit wonky is that line of bullshit.
Be careful, SRB.
And just to let you know, we all heard that entire conversation. You guys may have turned off your cameras, but unfortunately for you, and fortunately for us, you left your mics on.
Babe, you left the mics on?
Hold on 1 second.
I swear, babe, your porch light's on, but nobody's home.
If you just bear with me, guys, we're gonna do this.
Why am I not surprised? Look, folks, I'm not going to sit here and waste any of your time by waiting for these two touched souls to return. So how about I go to the chat and try to find two people to take their spots. Now let me see. Who in the chat would like to come up on panel? Oh, here's someone. The user going by the name of Reality Wines says, if you're going to keep bashing on Brittany, at least let me up on panel to defend her until she returns. Wow, you seem to be emotionally stable and pleasant. Of course you can come up onto the panel. Now, let me find one more person to join you. Let's see. Here we go. The user going by the name of Couch Shitter Sinner says, I mean my cousin Charlie. I, who is not my cousin Charlie, am here to defend Brittany. Wow, you sound calm, sober, and definitely not like a frat douchebag valley girl who's a mediocre struggling artist that probably wears a seashell necklace and hemp bracelets. And although you seem extremely unoriginal, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have you up on panel. With that being said, let me drop the link for both of you. And there it is. All right, everyone, it looks like we have our replacements for Brittany and Dylan, so let's get to it. Welcome to the Burning Bush, Reality Wines and Couch Shitter Sinner. It's a pleasure to meet you both, and thank you for being here.
Leave Brittany alone!
And mute. So that's why you're called Reality Wines. Reality, I had to mute you, sweetheart. You need to try and calm down for me, okay? I need you to really focus now, all right? Honey, I can't hear you. You're muted. I'm going to unmute you, so let's try to act a bit more professional, okay?
Speaking of professionalism, when is it professional to publicly bash someone who's going through a hard time? Leave Brittany alone!
And mute. Reality. Girl, you need some serious therapy. You can keep changing your profile picture to whatever inspirational quote you want and act like hashtag I got this. But honestly, Pumpkin, it just shows how out of touch with, wait for it, reality you are.
Anyone who has a problem with her, you deal with me. Because she's not well right now.
No shit. Look, this has been fun, and I'm glad that I got to see you ugly cry. It's exactly how I imagined what you'd look like. Sadly, it's time for you to leave. Your tears are as fake as your personality. Do you have any last words before you go?
Leave her alone.
That, my friends, is called batshit crazy.
Crazy? You're the one that's crazy, old man. I swear. You're nothing but a stupid old man that probably does old man stuff because, like, you're so damn old like an old man. Nobody even likes you like they like me because, like, I'm, like, totally for sure not an old man like you are. And you're definitely old and wear diapers and your balls hang to the floor and you eat grape nuts so you can poop and stuff. Holy shit, I'm getting lightheaded.
Hello there, couch shitter. I must say, after hearing your lovely attempt at busting my old man balls with such middle school wit, I can easily say that your reputation as an art school douchebag narcissist precedes you.
Sit your geriatric ass down, old man. Do you think that I honestly care about anything that you have to say about me? Because I don't. That's how I roll, fool. Look, I'm just up here killing some time while I visit my old stomping ground. I may hit up Primanti Brothers, have me 6 or 7 Iron City beers like a total boss, and then maybe I'll strut my totally awesome self over to the Carnegie Museum of Art and see what real talent and success is all about.
What? No trip to South Side to hang at Brewski's? Or perhaps a stroll through the cultural district? Visit Randyland or maybe Color Park? Oh, I know. Maybe you can go look at all of the beautiful work that Mook has done. Maybe you could join the Value Crew and actually belong to something that has more street cred than you do. Go tag them streets like a boss couch shitter, because tagging yourself in random hotels or empty houses is pathetic.
See you later, Tandy.
Maybe you could do something new, unique, and original, and do some finger paintings on old furniture or old pianos, because that's something that's literally never been done before by anyone. But hey, whatever it takes to earn some scratch to use at the hotel's vending machine.
No, I told Mocking to do me one time, and they haven't done it yet. But have a good rest of your day, hon. We'll see you later. Haven't done it yet, but
machine for dinner or a handle of Malibu rum.
They come in here from time to time too. But yeah, they haven't put me on one of their shows. I was like, do it, please. I want to hear it. I think it'd be great. They've done a few other creators too.
Then more power to you.
You don't fucking know me, Grandpa. It's totally impossible that anyone who was deep into the art scene in Pittsburgh would know who the fuck I am.
You're right. It's impossible that I, an old and weary man, would be into the art scene in Pittsburgh and know some of the same people that you do. After all, it's impossible that I, too, could be an artist. Could you imagine if I was featured at the Red Fish Bowl and Brew House multiple times? I couldn't imagine me, an old man with no artistic or graphic design background, would ever be a member of Urban Sketchers or the Drawing Board. Hell, wouldn't it be totally insane if on September 6th that I'd be displaying my work at Dormant Park? I mean, who doesn't like art in the park? Now, all impossible things aside, you're right. It's impossible that I'd know you. But hey, fiction can be fun.
Holy shit, Brozef, you do know me. Look, dude, clearly you're deep into this community. Perhaps you could get me some info on some of these nasty YouTubers' families. Obviously, I'd pay you, and not from the cash that I make when I sell one of my masterpieces, but from cash that my subs shell out to me. Boy, I love my subs. They think that I'm like this totally legit guy and that I spit the truth even though the joke's really on them, because I'm actually no different than those witches that I piss and moan about.
First of all, couch shitter, no, I won't give you any information on anyone's families. Anyone that assists you in doing such, or anyone that supports you in doing such, is as equally as unhinged as you are.
Whatever, dude, but I have to bounce. I'm a busy artist and I need to enter some prompts to make me some new sweet-ass thumbnails. Consider me Audi 500, bitches.
Wow, what a sweet, kind, and humble young man. His mother sure must be proud.
Excuse me, I stepped away for a few to make some of my famous Salisbury steak that I typically serve with a side of one of my own or one of Delilah's hairs in it, and I seem to have just missed the last 2 people that were just in here. Did they have their naturalization papers with them? Now, clearly, I'm referring to Foreman 550, which is the official document issued by my agency to prove that they're citizens of Orange Schittlers America. Now, why in the hell wasn't I informed of their arrival?
Last time that I checked, this was still my show. Why do I need to inform you of new guests coming up on panel?
I need to ask them if they're boycotting Cracker Barrel.
What?
Oh, and by the way, I just received intel in my special agent ICE earpiece that Seth has arrived in Sumner County.
Oh, I see. That's why you've been so quiet, Samael. You were on your way to Sumner County. I just assumed that you've been silent because Tony wasn't allowing you to talk.
Tony said that I have to do this stuff on my own and that he's leaving me because I don't shine for him like I used to.
I'm so sorry that your imaginary friend, Tony, is leaving you. A real friend would be right there, right now, at your side.
If anybody would like to go out and see him and share their story and share their love, please head out there right fucking now.
That's right, people. Get out to Sumner County and support Samael. Betty, I know you have to be going, so I won't keep you.
What in the fuck a doodle-do are you talking about?
Oh, I just assumed that you were headed out to Sumner County as well, to support Samael and to share your story and your love.
Hold on. Holy chili secret sauce, a 10-100. Sorry, bye. Maybe next time. I gotta go.
I'm sorry, Samael. It seems that Betty got an important call that she had to go to. Wait a minute. Did she just say that she got a 10-100?
Does it look like I understand Spanish?
Wait a minute. What? No, you silly potato head. That isn't Spanish. A 10-100 is police code for taking a bathroom break. But hey, when Dookie calls...
You said Dookie. That means poop.
Very good.
Listen, I'd love to stay and talk, but I have very important things to do.
I understand. Samael, I may give you crap from time to time, but to be honest, I wish you well on your visit to Sumner County. I know that many of us are on completely different sides, but I want you to know that everyone, no matter the side, continues to pray that your son is safe, found soon, and returned home.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Well, Zoltar, it's just us. But before we begin, I'd like to take a few minutes to go through the chat and take a few comments.
Come on, like really?
Perfect. Now let me see. Oh, here we go. This comment comes from the user named Sane Outlaw. She says, "Hey, Reverend, I just wanted to let you know that I called into Dolly and casted a vote for you onto Turtle Island." You did? Wow, I'm so thankful. Gee golly, I tell you, ever since I was a little reverend, I always dreamed that one day I'd make it onto an imaginary island surrounded by super special people. Thank you so much for the vote, Sane Outlaw. I sure hope I'm picked to go. And would you look at that? It looks like a few others in the chat support Sane Outlaw casting a vote for my channel to be on Turtle Island. Shady Lane says, "Love mocking media." Well, Shady, we love you as well. Another user named Sassy Nerd Girl says, "Oh, I love mocking media." Well, Sassy Nerd Girl, we love that you love loving us as well. And here's a comment from the user named Mine Joan that says, "Mocking media is actually incredible. Love the bush burning reference." Well, Mine Joan, it's you that's incredible. And I have no idea what you're talking about with this whole bush burning reference. But I heard that they do make creams for it. I have to say that I'm very moved by all of these positive comments that I'm seeing in the chat right now. Each comment is positive, supportive, mature, and clearly all of you have wonderful coping skills. You all seem like stable adults that can move on and not hold grudges. Clearly, all of you understand the concept of this channel. We mock, and none of you highly functioning adults are acting all triggered and butthurt. It honestly warms my heart knowing that, wait a second, it looks as though someone in the chat doesn't want this channel on Turtle Island. The user going by the name of PJ's Not So Secret Diary says, "Mocking media had me on a roast video for the 12 days of Christmas like 6 years ago. You know what? I do remember mocking you. Although it was more like 3 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that back in those days, you were part of a fam and were considered a bit of a moderate extremist. You also used to rock a lot and talk to a piece of flatbread named Busy. So yes, you were mocked. But just look at us now. We've both changed so much. Haven't we? I'd like to thank all of you in chat for your kind words. And now, let's get back to, well, it looks like just you, Zoltar. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a personal question. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that the land that you built your house on is special.
I do live on...
Wait a minute. Someone just messaged me that Dolly Vision just posted the contestants that will be appearing on season 6 of Turtle Island.
Come on, like...
I got to see this. Let me just bring that up. Let's see who we got here. We have J is for justice as well as clue. Oh, here we go, the Watchman's Post. I also see Granny's watching and cram it. Wait, Jonathan Lee Riches? JLR. Interesting. There's Chili's Pump and Dump. I see that BJ made it onto the island as well. There's Queen Bee, Tim, and Flava. That creepy dude that uses mortician makeup who has a monkey and staples ant legs to his scalp. And holy shit, Mocking Media. We made it. Wow, I'm so honored. I don't know what to say except I accept the challenges ahead and let the games begin. Zoltar, I'm so sorry. I forgot that you were still here. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. I was asking you about the land that your house was built on. By all means, please continue.
I do live on native lands and
Zoltar, look at this comment that just came up in the chat.
come on, like
I'm just messing with you. Please go on.
I do live on native lands and I do have a very powerful spiritual guide around me. So
Holy shit. Let me get this straight. You built your house on sacred land and now you have a powerful spirit around you? Sounds like a movie if you ask me, although I can't quite put my finger on it. Do you by chance know someone named Carol Ann?
because
Because I would just love to meet her.
have a wonderful day.
Works every time. Well, I guess that's a wrap. Another episode of The Burning Bush in the books. However, I suppose I should clean this place up a bit before I go, and then I'll say my goodbyes. Lord, I renounce all ungodliness and all sinful activity that has taken place on this stream tonight. Any curses made on this stream, I now declare broken, null, and void in the name and authority of Jesus. Amen.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. I appreciate you guys joining us today. I hope you guys had enjoyed the show per se. And I will be back here a little later on today if everything goes well. And Mama Bear, it was great to have Mama Bear up here with us today. She had to take off for some appointments, unfortunately, that she had. Other than that, we will be back later. Again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I'm grateful to have you here, Tea Time, you and the fiance as well. Thanks, Mod. You guys are amazing. And if any of you are available, I'd like to jump into the thing with you guys for just a quick few minutes. Other than that, folks, have a great one, and I'll see you real soon. Take care.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time.